Chapter 134. I see. Eldest Miss, you have to be more careful in the future. Aunt Hongxiu was terrified when she thought of the little girls in the capital who would die for Su Junqing. She didn't want Yi Jiuge to become one of them. It's fine. I'll just take the medicine in advance when I see him in the future. Yi Jiuge shook the jade bottle in his hand. As a spirit alchemist, he had a lot of pills. That's good. Aunt Hongxiu was very confident in Yi Jiuge's alchemy skills. Let's go. Don't let Her Highness wait for too long. When Yi Jiuge and Aunt Hongxiu arrived at Splendid Palace, she thought they had come to the wrong place. The last time she entered the palace, Splendid Palace still looked old and defeated. Now, it was magnificent. Beautiful flowers were placed on both sides of the road. There was even a peach blossom forest that wasn't there before. As expected of the 6 palaces, Nanny Zhou was waiting at the door. When she saw Yi Jiuge from afar, she greeted him with a smile. "Eldest Miss, you're finally here. Her Highness was talking about you." Nanny Zhou, long time no see. Yi Jiuge smiled at Nanny Zhou and walked into the gorgeous Splendid Palace with her. Imperial consort, she was wearing a rust-red bright gold crab-claw chrysanthemum palace dress. In the middle of her high bun was a phoenix spreading its wings. It was inlaid with jade and 7 jewels. On the side was a golden phoenix holding a pearl and a golden wing hairpin. She was peerless and dignified, showing the majesty of a beloved consort. "Jiuge is here." Imperial consort, she smiled and stood up. She personally came over to hold Yi Jiuge's hand. Her sharp aura had completely disappeared. She was as intimate as when they were in the Dongling Wangfu. "Her Highness, Eldest Miss also brought you a gift." Aunt Hongxiu put the mahogany box she had been holding on the table. "Why did you bring something when you came? Aren't you alienating me?" Imperial consort, she was annoyed. "It's not anything expensive. It's just some henna and fragrance powder I made myself." Yi Jiuge opened the mahogany box and took out the white porcelain bowl inside. "Jiuge really understands me. I don't dare to use the things in the palace. I was just worrying about where to buy them." Imperial consort, she said in surprise. "Her Highness, see if you like it." Yi Jiuge opened all the bottles. Noble consort, she's skin was very white, and 2 bright colors would make her look vulgar. Therefore, she made a set of all kinds of fresh and natural colors, from light to dark, and let noble consort she choose freely. "First Miss is really considerate. I have never seen such a beautiful nail flower." Nanny Zhou praised sincerely. "It is indeed beautiful. I like it very much." After looking at them one by one, noble consort she chose the lightest pink and couldn't wait to let Nanny Zhou dye it for her. This color really complemented her fingers, making them look even more white and tender. "Oh right. Your Highness, I heard from Big Brother Bai that you were poisoned by the Empress as soon as you returned to the palace. May I know what happened? Not only did I humiliate that evil woman, but I also cut off her arm." Imperial consort, she proudly recounted what happened. It turned out that on the 2nd day after she returned to the palace, the emperor held a banquet in the inner palace to welcome her. She had been eating well before, but she suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. After careful investigation, she found that there was something wrong with the wine. Speaking of this, Imperial consort, she suddenly revealed a mysterious smile and asked Yi Jiuge, "Do you know what I did with the poisoned wine in the end?" Yi Jiuge thought for a moment and guessed, "You poured the poisoned wine away." "No, guess again." Imperial consort, she shook her head. Yi Jiuge guessed a few times but didn't get it right, so he said helplessly, "Your Highness, don't keep me in suspense." Only then did Imperial consort she slowly say, "I gave the poisoned wine to someone else to drink." gave it to someone else. Yi Jioge froze and looked at Nanny Zhou. Was she asking her to block the bar? Speaking of which, the situation that day really scared this old servant to death. Nanny Zhou sighed and looked at Imperial Consort Shi. Your Highness, you are too bold. You actually gave the poisoned wine to the Emperor to drink. What? Gave the Emperor the poisoned wine to drink? Yi Jioge looked at Imperial Consort Shi in shock. For a moment, he wondered if Imperial Consort Shi was crazy. I'm not crazy. Imperial Consort Shi smiled and said, I wasn't the one who poisoned him. If anything happens to the Emperor, it's naturally the one who poisoned him. When the palace maid who poisoned him saw that Imperial Consort Shi actually gave the poisoned wine to the Emperor to drink, she was so scared that she immediately broke the wine pot. Imperial Consort Shi provoked a few words from the side, and the Emperor angrily interrogated all the people in charge of the banquet. Although those people didn't expose the Empress, the head eunuch who had been in charge of the imperial kitchen for many years was beheaded. Imperial Consort Shi took the opportunity to place her own people there. The Empress suffered a big loss, but she couldn't say anything. She almost died of anger. Your Highness is amazing. Yi Jioge said with admiration. When this woman became ruthless, she was really willing to do anything. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to the poison testing pill you gave me. Otherwise, let alone the Empress, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep my life. Imperial Consort Shi looked at Yi Jioge gratefully. Yes, this servant and Nanny Zhou also escaped the Empress's evil hands thanks to eldest Mississippi. The reason why Aunt Hongxiu was so respectful to Yi Jioge was because of this. It's okay. If you guys eat well, I'll go back and ask Brother Bai to send a few more bottles. You can give it to whoever you want, but you must watch them eat it. Don't let this pill fall into the Empress's hands. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Yi Jioge said cautiously. Those poison testing pills contained live poisonous earthworms. As long as you pinched it, you would know the truth. Don't worry, other than Nanny Zhou and Hongxiu, I won't give it to anyone else. Imperial Consort Shi smiled faintly. This poison testing pill was her life-saving item. Only Nanny Zhou and Aunt Hongxiu, who had followed her for most of her life, were qualified to use it. Your Highness, when we entered the palace, we met Su Junqing at the entrance. Why did he enter the palace? Yi Jioge asked again. It's because that evil woman, the Empress, called him in. She probably wants to find him to harm us. With the poison testing pill, Imperial Consort Shi didn't put the Empress in her eyes anymore. Your Highness, it's better to be careful. That Su Junqing's evil arts are quite powerful. Even I almost fell for it just now. Yi Jioge said solemnly. When you see him in the future, you must take the clear heart pill in advance. Don't worry, Su Junqing won't be able to jump around for long. The Emperor is very concerned about the evil cultivator. In addition to letting the Ministry of Justice handle it, he has also sent many secret guards to investigate. Su Junqing will reveal himself sooner or later. Also, I mentioned the Empress and the Crown Prince in front of the Emperor once, and he became suspicious of them. Imperial Consort Shi smiled. She couldn't wait for the Empress and Su Junqing to get closer. When Su Junqing's identity as an evil cultivator was exposed, the Empress and the Crown Prince would die without a burial place. Chapter 135. Your Highness, it's better to be safe. Yi Jioge was worried that Imperial Consort Shi was eager to take revenge. If Emperor Xian noticed something, it would not be worth it. Don't worry, I know what to do. Noble Consort Shi wasn't in a hurry to take revenge at all because she was enjoying the fact that the Empress didn't like her but couldn't get rid of her. Yi Jioge chatted with Noble Consort Shi for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he excused himself with the excuse of preparing for the alchemy competition. Although noble consort she was reluctant, she didn't want to delay Yi Jioga's business, so she asked Aunt Hongxiu to send Yi Jioga back. Not only did he give her a cart full of good stuff, he even gave her a place in the alchemy competition. Yi Jioga toyed with the red token that represented his advancement as he walked toward Purple Forest Park. Although she couldn't use this token, she still appreciated noble consort Shi's good intentions. "Young miss, master invites you to the study." Pine Cypress stood at the entrance of Purple Forest Park. It looked like he had been waiting for a long time. "Father, why are you looking for me?" Yi Jioga hadn't seen Yi Yuxuan in a while. "Master said he has something important to discuss with you, but I don't know the specifics." Songbai replied respectfully. "Got it. I'll be there in a bit." Yi Jioga waved his hand. "Yes." Pine Cypress bowed and left. Just as Yi Jioga entered the house, Mother Qing welcomed her and said, "Eldest miss, master wants to talk to you about the alchemy competition." During this time, Mother Qing had bribed an informant in the main courtyard, so she was much more well-informed than before. Alchemy competition. Yi Jioga raised her eyebrows. She couldn't understand why Yi Yuxuan would ask her about this. "By the way, first miss, I heard that second miss is determined to win this alchemy competition. During this time, she and the Crown Prince are very close. The Crown Prince also sent a lot of alchemy materials." These were the news that Pearl inquired. "The Crown Prince sure knows how to win people over." Yi Jioga couldn't help but laugh. "Win over my ass." Fortunately, the young miss woke up early and broke off the engagement with this scumbag. Mother Qing said disdainfully. When Su Yufeng was chased to the ancestral temple, Yi Shanshan was grounded. The Crown Prince sent a palace maid over to take a look, but there was no further news. Now that the alchemy competition was going to be held, the Crown Prince found that Yi Shanshan was worth a lot of money, so he became more active. This kind of two-faced man was really a scumbag. Yi Jioga nodded in agreement. Madame Qing helped Yi Jioga tidy up her appearance and said, "Eldest miss, you should go quickly so that master won't get angry again." Yi Jioga brought Pearl to the main courtyard, then entered the study room alone to see Yi Yuxuan. "Where did you go today? Why are you back so late?" Yi Yuxuan said unhappily. "Noble consort Shi summoned me to the palace, so I came back late," Yi Jioga replied indifferently. "Noble consort Shi summoned you to the palace. How come I didn't know about this?" Yi Yuxuan was shocked and angry at the same time. "You didn't even tell me about such a big thing. Do you still have me as your father in your eyes?" "Of course not." Ever since Yi Yuxuan had tacitly agreed to let old Master Su make a move on her, she had hated Yi Yuxuan, this hypocritical fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that the title of patricide wasn't pleasant to hear, she really wanted to get rid of this scumbag of a father. Yi Jioga suppressed her anger and coldly said to Yi Yuxuan, "If you're looking for me to talk about this, then there's no need." With that, she stood up and was about to leave. "Wait a minute." Yi Yuxuan shouted at Yi Jioga and quickly said, "This pill refining competition will be held in the medicine refining valley. You three sisters must help each other when you go out. You are the eldest sister, so you must take good care of your two younger sisters. I will naturally take care of fourth sister, but second sister, you should find someone else." Asking her to take care of Yi Shanshan, what kind of joke was this? It was already kind enough that she didn't find a ditch to drown Yi Shanshan. What kind of attitude is this? Yi Yuxuan slammed the table and scolded, "I know you are unhappy because of the Su family, but when you go out, you sisters represent the Yi family's face. I don't care what conflicts you have at home, but when you go out, you must unite and help each other." Puchi. Yi Jioga suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Yuxuan asked angrily. So father also knows that when we go out, we represent the Yi family's face. I thought that we represent the Su family's face. Yi Jioge laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? The Su family is the Su family, and the Yi family is the Yi family. How can you talk about them together? Yi Yuxuan said with a black face. Father says one thing, but he does another. At that time, old man Su brought the Su family's guards and aggressively shouted at her to kill. He wanted to kneel down and slap her. Yi Yuxuan, just watched from the side, as if he respected old man Su. Now, he still had the face to tell her that the Su family was the Su family, and the Yi family was the Yi family. This face was really disgusting. Yi Yuxuan's face couldn't hold it anymore, and said angrily, "Old man Su is your elder. He's already so old, so what if you let him have a little? Let him beat me to death." Yi Jioge's tone was as cold as ice. He's just saying it, he won't really make a move. On the other hand, you're so young, but your temper is so fierce. You actually killed all the Su family's guards in one move, angering old man Su so much that he fainted when he got back. He still hasn't woken up yet. If I didn't speak up for you, the Su family would have taken him to the Ministry of Justice. As Yi Yuxuan finished speaking, he became more and more confident. He looked as if the reason why you can sit here and talk to me is because I'm protecting you. Is that so? If you have the ability, then let the Su family come and take me to the Ministry of Justice. I want to see who will be punished. Yi Jioge sneered. Did he think that she was scared? So what if she killed the Su family's guards? Who told them to come to the Yi family to commit murder? No matter what, she was the one in the right. All right, I've only said a few words, and you're acting like you're in deep hatred again. Yi Yuxuan looked at Yi Jioge's face and said impatiently. Although this face was similar to Yun Jiaojiao's, her personality was the complete opposite. Yun Jiaojiao had a gentle personality and was obedient to him. She never disobeyed his wishes. Yi Jioge's personality was unyielding, like a raging fire. She could jump out with 10 sentences when he said one sentence. Every sentence was like a spark that could burn a scar on a person's body. Father, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Yi Jioge didn't want to listen to Yi Yuxuan's nonsense anymore. What about the alchemy competition? Yi Yuxuan asked, unwilling to give up. Father, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of second sister. A trace of killing intent flashed across Yi Jioge's face. Yi Yuxuan cried and begged her to take care of Yi Shanshan. If she didn't agree, wouldn't he be very disappointed? Chapter 136. Yi Jioge, I'll say it again. No matter how you fight at home, you're all surnamed Yi. Go out and give me. Before Yi Yuxuan could finish speaking, Yi Jioge had already left. He was so angry that he threw the teacup on the table to the ground. This rebellious girl really angered him to death. Yi Yuxuan took a few heavy breaths before he went to the ink garden. When Su Yufeng saw Yi Yuxuan, she immediately asked, Master, what did Jioge say? What else can I say? Of course I don't want to, Yi Yuxuan said snappily. He knew that with Yi Jioge's bad temper, he wouldn't agree. However, Su Yufeng did not believe him and insisted that he give it a try. Jioge, that child, why doesn't she know that lips and teeth depend on each other? Which family doesn't have conflicts with each other? But when you go out, others will think that you are a family. If a family doesn't help each other, how can others look up to you? Su Yufeng said resentfully. Ever since Gong Shifan stood up for Yi Jioge, she had always wanted to rope in the Gong family. But by the time she inquired about Gong Shifan's address, he had already left. She heard that the Gong family would be sending people over for the alchemy competition, so she wanted Yi Jioga to bring her daughter to visit the Gong family. With his daughter's character, appearance, and aptitude, she would definitely impress the Gong family. Alright, what's the use of saying this now? You should keep Shan away from that rebellious girl, so as not to be harmed by her. Yi Yuxuan thought of Yi Jioga's gaze just now and felt a bit stifled in his heart. Yes. Su Yufeng nodded her head perfunctorily. Since Yi Jioga's path wasn't going to work, she could only start with Yi Rui. It seemed that he would have to let Shanshan visit Yao Guang Garden some other day and properly rope in Yi Rui, that little maid. At this time, Yi Jioga was talking to Yi Rui about the pill refining competition. This time, when we go to the alchemy competition together, Yi Shanshan will definitely try to rope you in. This mother and daughter pair are extremely thick-skinned, you have to be careful. To be honest, Yi Jioga admired Su Yufeng and her daughter. There were such strange people in this world. I stabbed you a few times but you didn't die, yet you still have the cheek to say that I spared your life on purpose. You should be grateful that you didn't die. I don't want to talk to her. Yi Rui pulled a long face and her eyes were filled with hatred. Rui, she is your second sister after all. If you don't give her face in front of outsiders, I'm afraid that others will say that you are wrong. Fifth Yin Yang knew that gossip was a fearful thing. I don't care what others say. Yi Rui's face was taut with anger. She would rather be criticized to death than be close to Yi Shanshan. Don't be afraid, I'm here. No matter who he was in front of, Yi Jioga didn't plan to give Yi Shanshan face. Yi Rui nodded her head vigorously. She knew that big sister would definitely stand on her side. Yi Jioga then tested Yi Rui's homework. Seeing that her knowledge of alchemy was very solid, he felt relieved and returned to Purple Forest Park. Eldest miss, what did master say to you? Mother Qing brought a cup of hot tea over. She was most worried that master would get angry at eldest miss again. Nothing much, just a bunch of nonsense. After Yi Jioga sat down, he slowly drank a mouthful of tea and asked, I heard that you brought Hua Dai and Yu Dai to open their bones. Did it go smoothly? It went very smoothly. Hua Dai and Yu Dai both have grade 7 spirit bones. The bone-opening medicine that eldest miss gave us is indeed powerful. Mother Qing said excitedly. One must know that bone roots were also divided into high, middle, and low grades. Grade 9 to grade 7 was high grade, grade 6 to grade 4 was intermediate grade, and grade 3 to grade 1 was low grade. With Hua Dai and Yu Dai's aptitude, if they were to use normal bone-opening medicine, they would at most be intermediate grade. Not bad, a grade 7 spirit bone's cultivation speed is very fast. If they encounter some great opportunity, they might even be able to improve further. When Yi Jioga touched the bones, he already knew the result. Eldest miss can just bring them to participate in the alchemy competition. Although the two servant girls' bone roots were not bad, they were not spirit practitioners after all, so they couldn't reach the style that she wanted. Sigh, if the old master was still here, he would definitely be able to find servant girls with spirit roots to serve eldest Mississippi. Hua Dai and Yu Dai are already very good. Yi Jioga didn't think that having spiritualists as maids would make them superior. After she put down the teacup, she walked towards the alchemy room, preparing to refine some higher-grade tranquil heart pills, lest she fell into Su Juanqing's trap again. Your ordinary clear heart pills are useless against Su Juanqing's bewitching art. The purple deceased sword gradually revealed itself. It wrapped its tail tightly around Yi Jioga and said coldly, Today, Su Juanqing made a move at the last minute to awaken you. If he had made his move after making his move, it would not have been so easy for you to escape. Then what pill is useful? Yi Jioga frowned. If she had known that Su Junqing would become so powerful after eating Su Hansen, she definitely would not have let Wan Xiang and Yi Yu find trouble with Su Hansen. At least a third-stage clear heart pill, Zi Shang said. Only a level 3 alchemist can refine it. I'm only at level 2 right now. There's still a long way to go before I reach level 3. Yi Jioge frowned. It had been less than a year since her meridians were restored, and it was already not bad for her to be promoted to a tier 2 pill master. If he wanted to advance to rank 3, he still needed to accumulate a certain amount of energy. But now that Su Junqing was eyeing her covetously, he could not wait for her to advance. You don't need a level 3 pill master to refine it. Zi Shang said as he sniffed Yi Jioge's hair. How do I refine it? Yi Jioge was tickled by the hot breath that Zi Shang breathed out and could not help but turn her head. Ever since she was punished by Zi Shang for her smelly head, she washed her hair every day. She even specially used purple smoke flower to refine the honey horn to ensure that the fragrance would last forever. If you beg this sovereign will be merciful and tell you. Zi Shang looked dignified on the surface, but unfortunately, the tip of his coquettish tail was slowly moving up Yi Jioge's thigh. Yi Jioge gritted her teeth and pressed down on the tip of his coquettish tail. Then, she revealed a pitiful expression and used her most artificial voice to say, "Great King Zi Shang, please tell baby." "Good baby." Zi Shang rubbed Yi Jioge's dog head in satisfaction and said mercifully, "If I use spiritual fire to burn your small broken cauldron, I will be able to refine a third-stage pill." The spiritual fire that you are talking about, are you referring to the flames that are formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Yi Jioge blinked her watery eyes and asked. That's right. Zi Shang stretched out his hand to play with Yi Jioge's earlobe. Yi Jioge did not move and asked again, "The red lotus lightning fire that I transformed from the sacred wood tree core was also spiritual fire, right?" "Of course, but this sovereign does not know where the red lotus lightning fire is. If he knew, he would have long gone to collect it for fun. Then what's the point of saying so much?" Yi Jioge immediately turned hostile and slapped Zi Shang's hand away. "Tsk, spiritual fire is so hard to find. She might as well cultivate and advance as soon as possible." Chapter 137. Little dummy, although I can't find the red lotus thunder fire, there are a lot of other little spiritual fires. Zi Shang revealed a devilish smile. He pinched Yi Jioge's cheeks and gently pulled them apart. Then, he lifted them up as if he was kneading dough. Yi Jioge was angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. In order to get the spiritual fire, she put down her pride and shouted flatteringly, "Zi Shang, great king, please take me to find the spiritual fire." Compared to the spiritual fire, dignity was nothing. It would not be a problem to call him daddy, much less king. "Good boy." Zi Shang rubbed Yi Jioge's head in satisfaction. Then, he waved at the fat black rat that was curled up in a corner. "Pippi." The fat black rat immediately scurried over and placed its paws on its chest, looking at Zi Shang with a fawning expression. He didn't know how Zi Shang and the fat black rat communicated. The fat black rat's furry face was full of seriousness. Finally, it raised its right paw, nodded and shouted, "Pippi. What are you guys being naughty about?" Yi Jioge couldn't help but ask. "Follow it, it will bring you to find the spiritual fire." After Zi Shang said this, he returned to Yi Jioge's imprint. "Black fatty, where's the spiritual fire?" Yi Jioge looked at the fat black rat with a burning gaze. "Pippi." The fat black rat waved its fat paw and turned into a stream of light as it ran outside. Yi Jioge followed the fat black rat out of Shangjing and ran all the way to a deep forest 300 miles away. She almost died of exhaustion. "Fatty Black, are you sure there really is a heaven-earth spirit flame in this damn place?" Yijioga wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at the desolate valley in front of him. As long as it was a place where the fire seed was born, it would definitely be a place with abundant spiritual energy. But on this lousy mountain, overgrown trees and vines were everywhere. Rotten leaves covered the entire valley, and the air was damp with the smell of decay. If she hadn't taken the antidote pill, she would have fainted after a few steps. Pippi. The fat black rat nodded. Its small black eyes looked around, and its big ears swayed. Then, it scurried towards the west. Yijioga's eyes lit up and he immediately followed. The fat black rat's body was like lightning as it dashed towards the depths of the valley. Yijioga followed behind it, stepping on the muddy ground and rushing to the bottom of the cliff. Soon, he saw a dark pool. It covered an area of about 1 mu, which was smaller than the pond in the demonic beast forest, but it was still bottomless. Yijioga felt his scalp go numb when he saw the black color in the depths of the pool. The fat black rat jumped into the pool gracefully. Then, it stuck out its fat belly and flopped comfortably in the water. Don't tell me you came here to take a bath. Yijioga threw a weed stuck to his hair at the fat black rat. Pai-chan. The fat black rat retorted in dissatisfaction. Then, it stuck out its fat butt and dived into the pool. Hey, wait, give me a blue stone first. Yijioga patted the surface of the water to call the fat black rat. Although she knew how to hold her breath, if the water was as deep as the last time, she would suffocate to death without the blue stone. Unfortunately, the fat black rat did not respond. It was as if it had already run far away. Yijioga frowned as he looked at the dark pool. He silently pondered whether he should go down to investigate the situation or wait here for the fat black rat to return. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up. Zishang's voice fell. Yijioga's butt hurt. Her body involuntarily fell into the pool and she almost choked to death. She awkwardly floated to the surface. Wiping the water droplets off her face, she scolded the mark on her hand. Are you crazy? He actually dared to kick her into the water. I did it for your own good. Zishang's voice was lazy, without a hint of remorse. Thank you, but I don't need it. You can keep it for yourself. Yijioga spat at the mark and swam towards the shore. Treasures don't wait for people. If you don't follow me, forget about the spiritual fire, even that fat black rat will run away. Zishang said coldly. If it runs, then it runs. Who cares? Although Yijioga said that, she was still reluctant to let go of the fat black rat that she could refine into Dan poison. After thinking for a while, she held her breath and dived towards the bottom of the pool. As she dived, she found that this pool was even colder than the lake in the demonic beast forest. The strangest thing was that there were no fish swimming in this pool. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of fish living in this deep mountain pool where no one hunted. Unless, something had eaten all the creatures in the pool. Her heart skipped a beat. She felt uneasy for some reason. The air in her lungs was getting thinner and thinner. If she dived any further, it would be very dangerous. Although the spiritual fire was important, her life was even more important. Yijioga decisively turned around and wanted to return to the shore. At this moment, a dangerous aura suddenly came from the dark depths of the pool. The water flowed quickly, as if something was quickly approaching her. In the next moment, an ugly and bumpy face with sharp teeth appeared in front of her. It was actually a second-rank demonic beast, the iron skin crocodile. This type of crocodile was extremely savage. There would be no living creatures in the waters where it was. The iron skin on its body was indestructible. Its hard and sharp teeth could bite through rocks. It could be said to be the overlord of the water. Yi Jioge was a dragon on the shore but a worm underwater. There was no way she could fight against this iron-skinned crocodile. However, in this situation, she couldn't run away. She could only face it head-on. Yi Jioge took out the Thunder Snake illusionary whip from her waist and infused it with spiritual energy to whip the crocodile. Although the Thunder Snake illusionary whip turned into purple lightning in the water, it still accurately landed on the iron-skinned crocodile. The iron-skinned crocodile trembled in pain. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint. It swung its thick tail and pounced towards Yi Jioge like an arrow. Yi Jioge whipped the iron-skinned crocodile's bloody mouth again. Using the rebound force, she slid backwards and dodged this attack. The black-skinned crocodile felt pain after being hit by the Thunder Snake illusionary whip. It became even more berserk. It opened its mouth and spat out a water column. Yi Jioge felt a dull pain in her chest from the waves. She lost her balance and knew that she couldn't continue fighting with the iron-skinned crocodile. She had to settle this quickly. Yi Jioge raised the Thunder Snake illusionary whip again and stuck her finger into the snake's head. There were 2 snake teeth inside. Sucking blood could unlock the demon artifact's seal. However, it could only be unlocked once a day. Unlock, Thunder Snake Demon Artifact. Yi Jioge muttered in her heart. After sucking blood, the snake's eyes lit up and instantly released a terrifying aura. It was like a starving beast that had been imprisoned for a long time and wanted to devour all living things. The iron-skinned crocodile originally wanted to swallow Yi Jioge into its stomach. After feeling the bloodthirsty aura from the Thunder Snake illusionary whip, it swung its tail and wanted to escape. The Thunder Snake illusionary whip suddenly expanded and turned into a slender silver poisonous snake. In an instant, it pierced through the iron-skinned crocodile. The iron-skinned crocodile's body exploded. Blood dyed the entire water. The Thunder Snake illusionary whip swam in the water and greedily devoured the blood. With the crisis averted, Yi Jioge relaxed. She found that the oxygen in her lungs was getting less and less. If she couldn't breathe in fresh air, she would suffocate to death. Chapter 138. Little dummy, can't you tell me if you want to transfer chi to me? Zishang showed up in the water and leisurely swayed his long black snake tail, protecting Yi Jioge by his side. His jade-like skin emitted a faint light. His originally handsome face was like a mandala in full bloom in the water, beautiful beyond compare. Especially those purple eyes, which shone like the most beautiful crystal, revealing a sharp light that looked down on everything. He was so beautiful that he was like the god of water, illuminating the whole dark and bloody water. Even though Yi Jioge was used to Zishang's beauty, she still couldn't help but be fascinated. Do you want it? Zishang smiled. Of course. Yi Jioge was about to suffocate to death. How could she care about propriety and shame anymore? She grabbed Zishang's arm and fiercely bit it. She wanted to stick her tongue in and tie it with his tongue so that he couldn't abandon her. Zishang was very satisfied with Yi Jioge's enthusiasm. The long snake tail wrapped around her body tightly, holding her and sinking to the bottom of the water. Zishang's lips were soft and cool, with a faint fragrance. It was simply irresistible. After Yi Jioge recovered from the extreme suffocation, she only felt satisfied, dizzy, and weak all over. She actually had a strange pleasure. No wonder some perverts like to play suffocation. It was really special, but she definitely didn't want to try it again. At this time, they had already sunk to the bottom of the water. In front of them was an extremely gloomy water channel with a strange smell. This dark and bottomless water channel should be very scary, but because of Zishang's beauty, Yi Jioge completely ignored this gloomy environment. In her eyes, there was only Zishang's charming purple eyes, straight nose, red lips, and the beautiful and mysterious demon tattoos on his body. Yi Jiuge didn't know that in Zishang's eyes, she was also like a white lotus that was blooming, beautiful, enchanting, and extremely moving. This water channel was very long. After half an hour, Yi Jiuge began to suffocate again and had to go to Zishang for help. Their bodies were entangled, one up and one down, rising and falling in the water, with indescribable ambiguity. The originally simple transfer of qi gradually became a little strange. Yi Jiuge could clearly feel that Zishang was flirting with her. At first, the soft tongue of the snake only swept across her sensitive upper jaw tentatively. Sensing that she didn't avoid it, he began to be bold and unbridled, inviting her little tongue to wander. Yi Jiuge actually refused to mess around in the water. What if he was accidentally sucked dry by the purple Deci sword? However, she was unable to withstand Zishang's experience. He messed around with the flow of qi and the breathing of qi, causing her to be confused and lost in love. She didn't even know when she had left the bottom of the lake. With a crash, Yi Jiuge finally woke up. She pushed away the purple Deci sword that was tightly wrapped around her body. Only then did she realize that she had come to a strange cave. In front of her eyes were piles of white beast bones. A gust of cold wind blew through the gloomy cave, bringing with it a moldy stench that made one's hair stand on end. If you're afraid, then hold on to me tightly. Zishang expressed that his embrace would always be open for her. Tisk, big sister has seen more bones than salt, what's there to be afraid of? She was just a little surprised. Yi Jiuge glanced around and found the fat black rat lying in a corner. He struggled free from Zishang's embrace and went ashore. He saw the fat black rat lying on top of an unremarkable white bone in enjoyment. This white bone was only as long as an adult's arm. Compared to the sinister and tall white bones around it, it was extremely ordinary. There was nothing eye-catching about it. Fatty Black, what are you lying here for? Yi Jiuge picked up the fat black rat and asked. The fat black rat ignored Yi Jiuge and looked at the purple Deci sword that was slowly moving over. Its fat paw pointed at the white bone and shouted like it was presenting a treasure, Pippi. The purple Deci sword's cold purple eyes swept across the white bone and said indifferently, not bad. Yi Jiuge's heart moved. Something that could attract the purple Deci sword's attention was definitely not an ordinary item. She opened her spiritual eye and carefully observed the white bone. She discovered that there was something that was flickering like a flame. There's hope. Yi Jiuge imbued her lightning snake illusionary whip with her spiritual energy and pierced towards the white bone. A wisp of cold white ghost flame came out from the cut. It was actually a third-grade ghost flame, white bone flame. Even though this ghost flame's grade was not high, it had its own unique points that young flames could not compare to. The ghost flame was born from a 1,000-year-old pile of white bones. It could absorb all kinds of resentment, yin qi and ghost qi. Its unique yin qi attack was extremely terrifying. Those that were burned by the ghost flame would fall sick as if they were possessed by a ghost. Other than that, this ghost flame could be used to refine all kinds of yin spiritual pills and ghost spiritual pills. It would have an extremely strong effect. For an assassin like Yi Yu who was hiding in the dark, if he could use these yin pills to cultivate, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, the white bone flame could be upgraded. If it could be upgraded into the netherworld ghost flame, it would become an existence that was not inferior to the red lotus lightning fire. At that time, he would have the red lotus on his left, the netherworld on his right, and the lightning fire in the middle. How cool would that be? Even though the process of upgrading the white bone flame was extremely long as there was hope, there was nothing to be afraid of. I can absorb this flame right. Yi Jiuge looked at the burning white ghost flame excitedly. Of course, you can absorb it here. Zishang stood behind Yi Jioge to protect her. Yi Jioge suppressed the ecstasy in her heart. Her hands formed a spiritual attraction technique and was about to absorb the white bone flame. The white bone flame had stayed here for thousands of years. How could it be willing to be absorbed by someone? It turned around and wanted to escape. Come here. Yi Jioge shot out a spiritual light and forcefully absorbed it into her body. After Yi Jioge absorbed the white bone flame, her expression became even more serious. Absorbing it was only the first step. Taming it was the most important step. Yi Jioge began to use her spiritual energy to absorb the white bone flame. The white bone flame was still obedient at the beginning. It followed Yi Jioge's spiritual energy to her dantian. Next, she only needed to leave her divine sense imprint on the white bone flame to complete the taming process. At this moment, the white bone flame suddenly exploded with a bang. An incomparably cold yin qi burst out and quickly spread along the meridians in Yi Jioge's body. Yi Jioge hurriedly increased the strength of the suppression. The white bone flame also felt the danger. The flame rapidly swallowed and spat out waves of cold yin qi. Yi Jioge's spiritual energy was greatly consumed by the white bone flame struggle. At this speed, her spiritual energy would soon be completely exhausted. At that time, the white bone flame would lose its suppression. It would start to burn from within her body and directly burn her to ashes. Yi Jioge could not help but shiver. She was in a trance. Suddenly, layers upon layers of ghost shadows appeared in front of her. A cold wind blew and 10,000 ghosts cried. The door to the yellow springs slowly opened. Countless ghost claws grabbed Yi Jioge's ankle and pulled her towards the yellow springs. Yi Jioge felt her scalp go numb. She could not help but scream. Chapter 139. Zishang looked on coldly from the side. He had no intention of making a move. If he couldn't even subdue this small white bone flame, then there was no way he could subdue the red lotus lightning fire. When Yi Jioge sensed Zishang's disdain, he immediately sobered up and the evil fire in his heart flared up. It was fine if Zishang bullied her. You little wildfire dare to behave atrociously in front of me. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Yi Jioge mobilized all of his spiritual energy. Inside his body, a silvery white mini lightning snake phantom whip was formed. The little thunder snake illusionary whip opened its mouth wide and was filled with killing intent. It was ferocious and greedy, like a vicious beast released from the abyss. It wanted to devour everything and be quiet. If you don't listen to me, I'll eat you. Yi Jioge's ruthless killing intent was transmitted to the white bone flame through the thunder snake illusionary whip without any obstruction. She already had a disobedient demonic weapon, the thunder snake mirage whip, so she didn't want to get another disobedient spiritual fire. After the white bone flame felt Yi Jioge's killing intent, it immediately shrunk into the shape of a small skeleton, hugging its knees and shivering in its dantian. Like a child being threatened by a bully. Yi Jioge knew that this was a sign of the white bone flame submitting to her, so she took the opportunity to place a divine sense imprint on the white bone flame. After successfully subduing the white bone fire, the extremely cold yin power just now turned into pure spiritual power, directly allowing her to advance from a rudimentary spiritualist to an intermediate spiritualist. It was indeed a treasure. Yi Jioge was delighted and stretched out her index finger. A wisp of eerie white flame rose, illuminating her face with a very strange sense of beauty. It was like a white lotus flower blooming in a pool of blood filled with white bones. The extreme black revealed the extreme white. This kind of beauty was even more holy and beautiful than that of a fairy from the ninth heaven. It could simply shake one's soul. Yi Jioge didn't know that he was walking further and further down the path of the white lotus. After she kept the white bone flame, she carefully inspected the white bone cave. Apart from a pile of iron skin crocodile bones, there was nothing else. It seemed that this cave was the burial chamber of the iron skin crocodile. Every iron-skinned crocodile who was ready to die would come here to rest in peace. If that was the case, there would soon be new iron-skinned crocodiles guarding the tomb. Thinking of this, Yi-Jyoga couldn't wait to leave. At this time, the thunder snake illusionary whip suddenly broke free from Yi-Jyoga's grasp. It transformed into a giant python, opened its mouth, and swallowed all the bones in the tomb. What's going on? Yi-Jyoga turned to ask Zishang. You eat meat, but can't it drink soup? Zishang wrapped itself around Yi-Jyoga and rested its chin on her head as if it had no bones. You mean it's repairing itself? Yi-Jyoga's eyes lit up. After the thunder snake demonic artifact recognizes its master, it has the ability to repair itself. The white bones here can condense spirit fire and contain a lot of spirit force. It can repair the thunder snake illusionary whip's damaged parts. As Zishang explained, he tapped Yi-Jyoga's head with his chin. Although Yi-Jyoga's head was hurting from Zishang's pointed chin, when he heard that the lightning snake illusionary whip was about to advance, he was still grinning from ear to ear. No wonder spiritualists love to hunt for treasures. It's a profitable business indeed. This time, not only did she manage to subdue the white bone flame and successfully advance, she could also repair the demon artifact at the same time. What a great deal! After the lightning snake illusionary whip devoured all of the white bones, it returned to Yi-Jyoga's hand. The color of the snake scales on its body became more and more exquisite. It faintly looked like a fourth segment was growing, and it looked even more spiritual. Yi-Jyoga rubbed it twice in satisfaction and wrapped the lightning snake illusionary whip back around his waist. At this time, the fat black rat shouted in dissatisfaction, "Pie pie. You guys eat meat and drink soup, what about me? Say it, what do you want?" Yi-Jyoga was in a good mood. She knew that it was the fat black rat's credit that they were able to find the white bone flame this time. Naturally, she had to reward it. Pie pie. The fat black rat revealed its sharp white teeth at Yi-Jyoga's finger. Then, it bit its little paw and made a sucking expression. You want to suck my blood? Yi-Jyoga instantly understood. She didn't expect her blood to be so awesome that even the fat black rat coveted it. Pie pie chan. The fat black rat nodded and blinked its big eyes, revealing a flattering expression. Before Yi-Jyoga could reply, a fierce and terrifying aura burst forth. Daring to touch this sovereign's person, you have guts. Zishang raised his hand, and an invisible force grabbed the fat black rat and lifted it into the air. Pie, pie. The fat black rat was so scared that it stuffed its two fat paws into its mouth. With its big eyes filled with tears, it looked at Yi-Jyoga pitifully. That's enough. What's so heroic about scaring a fat mouse? Besides, it wants my blood, not yours. Yi-Jyoga patted Zishang's arm. She still needed this fat black rat to help her purify the pill poison. What if I scare it away? Zishang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi-Jyoga. He did not put down the fat black rat. Instead, he asked with a threatening tone, do you still want to suck her blood? Pie pie, pie pie. The fat black rat shook its head with all its might. Only then did Zishang put down the fat black rat. The fat black rat ran back into Yi-Jyoga's bag. Yi-Jyoga lightly patted the fat black rat's position and said to herself, it's okay, when Zishang falls asleep, Big Sister will secretly feed you. I'm warning you, you better not have this idea. Zishang narrowed his purple eyes and said coldly, this spirit rat's origin is unknown. Before we find out its background, you better not get too close to it. It's just a fat black rat. What's there to worry about? Yi Jioge felt that Zishang was making a big fuss over a minor issue. This fat black rat was so weak. It did not have any attack power. What kind of storm could it cause? Don't forget the agreement between us. Every drop of blood on your body belongs to me. If you dare to act rashly, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Yi Jioge still had a disapproving expression, Zishang's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He hugged her and pressed her down on his lower abdomen. The taste of punishment was self-evident. Yi Jioge could clearly feel two bulging bulges pushing against her from behind. At this time, she remembered a legend. The snake seemed to have two big sticks. Yi Jioge's scalp instantly went numb. She hurriedly promised, "I won't move. I won't move. You really won't move." Zishang exhaled, but his voice was filled with regret. "I really won't move. So quickly take back your two evil sticks." Zishang's red lips hooked up. He slowly let go of Yi Jioge. Actually, he did not want to do anything to Yi Jioge in this damned place. He was only teasing her. But Yi Jioge, this idiot, was too stubborn. He could only use this kind of method to threaten her. Yi Jioge secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want to stay in this damned place for another second. She also did not want to go back with Zishang. Thus, she took out the fat black rat and said, "Do you still have those blue stones from last time? Give me one." Chapter 140. The fat black rat looked at Zishang. Seeing that he didn't object, it took out a blue stone from its small animal skin bag and threw it to Yi Jioge. Yi Jioge ate the blue stone and said to Zishang, "Let's go." Zishang didn't say anything and went into the water with Yi Jioge. Yi Jioge was eager to go back and return to the shore at a faster speed than when he came. After Zishang followed Yi Jioge to the shore, he gently patted her head and said, "Get the spirit fire and go back to concoct pills." Yi Jioge didn't dare to provoke the stick snake and obediently nodded. Zishang then returned to the imprint with satisfaction. Yi Jioge heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced in her heart. Luckily, Zishang's demon power hadn't recovered yet and the time he could spend every day was limited. If he could appear and follow her for 24 hours, it would become her nightmare. Zishang was preparing to cultivate in Yi Jioge's imprint and couldn't help but smile when he read Yi Jioge's thoughts. Since Yi Jioge was looking forward to him following her like a shadow, he couldn't let little dummy down. Yi Jioge still didn't know her nightmare was coming. She couldn't wait to return to Purple Forest Park and prepare to concoct external pills. Not long after Yi Jioge left the deep pond, a pink figure appeared in front of the deep pond. A faint smell of blood emitted from her body. The wild beasts in the surrounding valley heard the smell and came over but were destroyed by her hand, turning into a ball of blood in her hand. "Little baby, quickly take me to find the spirit fire after drinking the blood." The pink girl smiled sweetly. She was the female disciple of bloodthirsty sect, Lu Yunfei. She held a purple scorpion the size of a palm in her hand. After swallowing the ball of blood, her long tail pointed towards the bottom of the pond. "So it's at the bottom of the pond. I didn't expect a place like Shangjing to have a spirit fire." Lu Yunfei smiled with satisfaction. After she left the Blood Cloud Peak, she quickly rushed to the Shangjing. Originally, she wanted to directly find Su Junqing to understand the situation. She didn't expect that when she passed by the vicinity, her treasure-seeking scorpion suddenly moved and brought her all the way here. "Lead the way." Lu Yunfei flicked her finger. The treasure-seeking scorpion jumped into the deep pond and swam towards the bottom. Lu Yunfei followed without hesitation. Not long after sinking to the bottom, she smelled a faint smell of blood. Obviously, there was a battle here and it didn't last long. Don't tell me someone got there first. Lu Yunfei's eyes were gloomy. She sped up and followed the treasure-seeking scorpion to an empty cave. Up and down, front and back, left and right, she turned them upside down, but there was nothing but a pile of broken bones. Damn it! Who stole my treasure? Lu Yunfei was so angry that her face turned malevolent. She smashed a hole in the wall with her palm. No, that person shouldn't have gone far. There's still time to catch up. Bring me to the person who took the white bone flame. Lu Yunfei bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood towards the treasure-seeking scorpion. Her blood essence was 10,000 times stronger than that of a beast. A red light flashed on the body of the treasure-seeking scorpion. Its tail moved left and right before finally stopping in the east, which was the direction that Yi Jiuge had left. Lu Yunfei jumped back into the deep pool and was about to chase after them when she was stopped by an iron-skinned crocodile that smelled blood. She didn't have time to waste on the iron-skinned crocodile. She raised her hand and threw a ball of blood in the opposite direction. The aroma of the spiritual blood enticed the iron-skinned crocodile to immediately pounce on it. Lu Yunfei quickly returned to the shore. The treasure-seeking scorpion could no longer find traces of Yi Jiuge. Although the treasure-seeking scorpion was a spiritual beast, it could only sense the white bone flame within a radius of 10 miles. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lu Yunfei, who was furious, jumped into the deep pool and tied the iron-skinned crocodile up. She skinned it alive, pulled out its tendons, and trampled it into meat paste. Only then did she relieve the anger in her chest. You caused me to be covered in blood. Lu Yunfei sent the iron-skinned crocodile flying with a kick. She took out a new set of clothes from her cosmos sack and changed into it. Only then did she continue to walk towards Shangjing. Yi Jiuge didn't know that an innocent iron-skinned crocodile had been killed because of her. She was preparing to use the white-boned flame that she obtained to concoct a third-ranked clear heart pill. Berberine, ice mint, clear mind grass. Yi Jiuge threw the ingredients into the small bronze cauldron one by one and summoned the white-bone flame to start concocting the pill. Using spiritual fire to concoct pills was indeed different. The small cauldron, which was usually like an old cow pulling a cart, began to revolve at a much faster speed. The impurities of the medicinal herbs were quickly analyzed and turned into a green solution that emitted a faint fragrance. When Yi Jiuge was almost done concocting, she called the fat black rat over to help her clear the pill poison. Pippi. The fat black rat didn't even raise its head and called out in a muffled voice. It hugged its small tail and shrunk into a black ball of fur. It had an expression that said, "Don't bother me if I'm in a bad mood." Yi Jiuge could understand its gloomy mood. It had painstakingly brought people to search for treasures. Everyone was eating the meat and drinking the soup. It only wanted to drink some blood and was threatened by Zishang. It was no wonder that it was in a bad mood. However, no matter how much Yi Jiuge understood the fat black rat's mood, she didn't dare to give her blood to drink. Zishang's 2 big sticks were still a threat to her. Fortunately, the clear heart pill that was concocted using the white bone flame was not bad. Even without the fat black rat's help to clear the pill poison, it was still a second-ranked high-grade spirit pill. After Yi Jiuge stored the light green pill in a jade bottle, she left the alchemy room and returned to her room to rest. At this moment, she suddenly felt a faint fluctuation coming from the shadow beside the door. She stopped and said, "Yi Yu, why are you here? How did eldest miss find me?" Yi Yu revealed his figure, his handsome face full of surprise. Ever since he transformed into a shadow assassin, as long as he didn't reveal any flaws, no one would be able to find him. What do you think? Yi Jiuge revealed an advanced smile. Yi Yu took a closer look and realized that Yi Jioge had advanced to an intermediate spiritualist. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations on your successful advancement, eldest Mississippi, thank you." Yi Jioge's rose-like lips curled up slightly and she smiled reservedly. Yi Yu felt a little dizzy from Yi Jioge's smile. He didn't know if it was because of the moonlight, but Yi Jioge looked especially beautiful tonight. She was like a fairy in the moonlight, so perfect that she didn't look like a real person. "It's so late, why are you looking for me?" Yi Jioge asked. "There's something I want to report to you." Yi Yu immediately restrained his intoxicated state and said seriously. "Then come in." Yi Jioge turned around and returned to the alchemy room. She called out to Yi Yu, "Sit anywhere you want." Yi Yu glanced at the messy alchemy room and felt that there wasn't even a place to stand, let alone sit. Yi Jioge rudely pushed the things on the stool to a corner and tried to make a clean space. "I'll just stand." Yi Yu quickly stopped Yi Jioge's violent demolition. "All right." Yi Jioge gave up on tidying up and turned around to ask, "Tell me, what's the matter?" This afternoon, a girl wearing a pink dress went to look for Su Junqing. Yi Yu said with a serious expression. Chapter 141. Didn't I tell you not to go near Su Junqing? Yi Jioge frowned. Yi Yu was too disobedient. What if Su Junqing, that pervert, found out? "I didn't go near him. It was the rats guarding the Su residence that told me." Yi Yu quickly explained. Recently, in order to help Yi Jioge spread the message, he reorganized the dark forces in Shangjing. He didn't expect that those rats would regard him as their boss and take the initiative to help him spy on the Su residents. This news was sent back by those rats. "So that's how it is." Yi Jioge relaxed his expression and asked with some doubt, "What woman went to find Su Junqing?" Su Junqing had always been surrounded by thousands of flowers. He had never heard of a woman who dared to go to his door to find him. "I heard that it was a very beautiful girl with a sweet smile. She was about 18 years old and her accent was like that of a foreigner. At that time, Su Junqing personally came out to greet her and seemed to be very respectful to her." Yi Yu couldn't help but pause before continuing. "I received the news and rushed over. At the door, I smelled a cold bloody smell similar to Su Junqing's. It should be left behind by that woman." Yi Yu's cultivation had improved a lot during this period of time. He was also more sensitive to yin qi and bloody smell. Seems like that woman is also a heretic cultivator. Yi Jioge thought of the empress who was repeatedly frustrated in the palace. Could she be the one who called them over? Should I go and investigate? Yi Yu asked tentatively. Yi Jioge didn't allow him to go near the Su residence, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Jioge thought about it and shook his head. Recently, Shangjing has been searching for heretic cultivators. This woman appeared in the Su residence openly and left behind such a strong smell. It's really not normal. You mean there's a trap? Yi Yu immediately understood. It's very possible. Yi Jioge nodded. The female heretic cultivator coming to Shangjing at this time was very likely to find Su Junqing to investigate Su Hansen's murder. Su Junqing took the opportunity to set a trap and used the female heretic cultivator to deal with them. Just when Yi Jioge and Yi Yu were guessing Su Junqing's purpose, Su Junqing was respectfully welcoming Lu Yunfei into his study. "Your place is not bad." Lu Yunfei looked at the elegant study in front of her and reached out to fiddle with the neatly arranged brushes. "Senior sister, please excuse me." Su Junqing wore a golden crown on his head and a white robe. He was cultured, elegant, and had an extraordinary bearing. He did not look like a bloodthirsty sect disciple at all. Lu Yunfei played with the ends of her black hair as her watery gaze fell on Su Junqing. Her small pink tongue couldn't help but lightly lick her lips. Su Junqing felt like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake, and a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. Although he rarely returned to the bloodthirsty sect, he had heard a little about this senior sister who liked to collect the skin of beautiful women. He knew that in addition to being bloodthirsty, she had also cultivated some evil arts of harvesting yang to nourish yin. A few of the good-looking men in bloodthirsty sect had mysteriously died. The rest of the male disciples had their faces covered in dirt, keeping a respectful distance from her. Even bloodthirsty ancestor, who loved beauties, did not dare to have any ideas about Lu Yunfei. "Junior brother, why are you sweating so much?" Lu Yunfei moved closer to Su Junqing and placed her soft little hand on his shoulder. Her voice was as sweet as honey. "It's probably because the weather is hot. Senior sister, you must be tired after a long journey. Why don't you have a drink to relieve yourself first?" Su Junqing turned around without batting an eyelid and took out a long glass cup from a secret compartment in the study. It was filled with dark red blood and emitted a strong smell of blood. Under the dim yellow candlelight, it shone with a strange light. The spirit blood of an earth spirit root virgin. Not bad. Lu Yunfei reclined on the chair and continued to stare at Su Junqing. She was obviously more interested in him. "Senior sister, you really know what's good." Su Junqing personally poured a cup for Lu Yunfei and said with a smile, "Junior brother doesn't have anything good here. Please do me the honor, senior sister. Junior brother is too polite." Lu Yunfei took a sip and said with a faint smile, "You can't even get such good things from the patriarch." "Senior sister, you must be joking. There are all kinds of beauties with spirit roots at the patriarch's place. If you want to drink it, it's ready-made. Only a poor person like me would keep a little bit of spirit blood." Su Junqing smiled faintly. This meant that the spirit blood was secretly obtained from a living person. This kind of behavior was not uncommon in the bloodthirsty sect. Women with spirit roots were treasures everywhere. It was not easy for the disciples of the bloodthirsty sect to find one. Usually, they would secretly give some blood to the patriarch. "Hee, I heard that junior brother is very capable. That gold spirit root beauty from last time not only won the favor of the patriarch, but even I was moved when I saw her. I heard that the girl was obtained by junior brother's bewitching skill. When are you going to help senior sister get one?" Lu Yunfei's eyes were like silk, and her blood-stained red lips were extremely seductive. She was as enchanting as the reincarnation of a demon. Su Junqing's mind wavered for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses and was immediately shocked. He did not expect Lu Yunfei's bewitching skill to be so powerful. If his cultivation had not increased during this period of time, he would have fallen for it. He did not dare to show that he was awake, so he continued to pretend to be confused and asked, "May I know which beauty senior sister is talking about?" "The beauty with the red mole between her eyebrows." Lu Yunfei pinched Su Junqing's handsome face with her soft little hands and said coquettishly, "You heartless person, you forgot so quickly. There was no other beauty with a red mole between her eyebrows but Yi Yunji." When Su Junqing thought of Yi Yunji, he could not keep the smile on his face. All these years, he had cheated and tricked many beauties with spirit roots for the patriarch. Yi Yunji was undoubtedly the most special one. What was special about her was not that her spirit root was powerful, nor was it that her beauty was unparalleled. Instead, it was that Yi Yunji became pregnant with his child after they consummated their marriage. The beautiful appearance of Yi Yunji when she was pregnant flashed through his mind, and he felt an inexplicable sourness in his heart. At that time, he really wanted to hide Yi Yunji and let her give birth to the child safely. He did not expect that she would abort the child after learning that the Yi family was destroyed. When Su Junqing thought of the bloody fetus, he could not help but clench his fists. He did not need a bitch who was out of control. Therefore, he did not hesitate to give Yi Yunji to the bloodthirsty patriarch. He had thought that she would die quickly like the other women. He did not expect that she was still alive. Lu Yunfei had been observing Su Juanqing's expression. When she saw that his expression was ferocious and filled with hatred, which was no different from the bastards of the bloodthirsty sect, she immediately lost interest. Lu Yunfei's pretty face changed, and she said impatiently, "This time, I came to investigate the cause of death of Nurse Su and Su Hansen. Tell me what happened." Chapter 142. Su Juanqing did not understand why Lu Yunfei suddenly became hostile, but her cold face was much better than seducing him earlier, so he straightened his face and said, "Wait, Nurse Su and Su Hansen were killed by Yi Jiuge, Wan Xiang, by Songling, and the others. Tell me, who are they?" Lu Yunfei drank the spiritual blood with an indifferent look on her face. Su Juanqing then explained the origins of Yi Jiuge and the other two. Yi Jiuge is Grandmaster Yun's granddaughter, Wan Xiang is a rising star in the Ministry of Justice, and Bai Songling is Prince Dongling's confidant. Are you afraid that others won't know about the existence of us evil cultivators? Lu Yunfei's eyes instantly turned dangerous. Although she was arrogant, she was not brainless. Evil cultivators' cultivation methods were cruel and had always been a thorn in the side of the righteous spiritualists. Otherwise, the bloodthirsty sect would not have hidden in the remote mountains. Now that Emperor Xian Wu was searching for evil cultivators everywhere, if she made such a big case, wouldn't she be giving it to the righteous spiritualists? "Senior sister, please calm down. Listen to me for a moment." Su Juanqing carefully explained his plan to her. After listening, Lu Yunfei could not help but look at Su Juanqing and smiled. "I really underestimated Junior Brother. Junior Brother is really talented to think of such an idea. Senior sister, you flatter me. I'm also doing this for the good of the bloodthirsty sect. As long as we get rid of all these people, I can guarantee that Emperor Xian Wu will not dare to mention evil cultivators again." Su Juanqing said confidently. He had spent a lot of effort to think of this idea. It would definitely be able to get rid of those thorns. "Okay, then we'll do as you say." Lu Yunfei nodded indifferently. "Thank you for your support, senior sister." Su Juanqing cupped his hands and said, "Senior sister coming here today has probably attracted the attention of many people. There might be spies coming to investigate. Senior sister, please help me." "What, a few spies are enough to stump you?" Lu Yunfei played with the glass cup and drank another mouthful of spirit blood. "Senior sister, please don't laugh at me. I'm not afraid of other spies, but there is one that is very difficult to deal with." Su Juanqing sighed and said, "That spy is called Yi Yu and has already cultivated into a shadow assassin. He comes and goes without a trace and is truly difficult to deal with." "Interesting, I like this kind of excitement." Lu Yunfei licked the blood on the corner of her mouth, like a cat that smelled blood. "With senior sister's help, that scout will definitely die." Su Juanqing had a smile on his face, but his eyes were sizing up Lu Yunfei without a trace. He noticed that the red pupils in her eyes were gradually forming, which meant that she had cultivated the bloodthirst art to the 3rd level. If he could absorb her, his cultivation would definitely jump to the Spirit Master level. At that time, the power of the bewitching art would be even greater. Su Juanqing's heart was burning, but he quickly put it away. If he was discovered by Lu Yunfei, he would probably be the first one to be devoured. This kind of woman was too dangerous. It was better to send her away as soon as possible. Su Juanqing and Lu Yunfei appeared to be in harmony, but were actually at odds. Yi Jiuge and Yi Yu also had different opinions. "Big Missy, the trap is just your guess. There must be an unusual purpose for a demonic practitioner to enter the capital under such circumstances. I still feel that we need to go and investigate. Yi Yu had an inexplicable intuition that the female demonic practitioner definitely knew about his sister, so he had to go. Seeing Yi Yu's determined face, Yi Jioga knew that he could not stop him, so he said, "All right, for safety's sake, let's prepare first and go check tomorrow night. I'm afraid it will be late tomorrow." Yi Yu wanted to go now. "If I say tomorrow night, then tomorrow night. If you don't listen to me, don't come and ask me for anything in the future." Yi Jioga's face darkened. At this time, Zi Shang's lazy voice sounded in Yi Jioga's ears. "If you had listened to me and imprinted a slave contract on him, he definitely would not have dared to act recklessly. I have no interest in being a slave leader." Yi Jioga did not want to conquer the continent, so why would he need a slave? Everyone took what they needed and parted on good terms. Zi Shang was very dissatisfied with Yi Jioga's lack of fighting spirit, but he did not say anything more. Seeing Yi Jioga's expression constantly changing, Yi Yu thought that she was really angry, so he hurriedly said, "I'll listen to you. It's getting late, you go back first, and come find me tomorrow night." Yi Jioga pinched the bridge of her nose. In order to recover the white bone flame, she had been running around for a whole day and was exhausted. "Sorry to disturb you, then you should rest well." Seeing the tired look on Yi Jioga's face, Yi Yu suddenly felt a little guilty. Yi Jioga half squinted her eyes, waved her hand, and like a wandering spirit, she returned to the house and fell asleep. The next day, she went out for a stroll, inquired about some news, and made some arrangements before returning to Purple Forest Park. After she changed into her night clothes, she saw that it was still early, so she went to the alchemy room to continue refining the third stage clear heart pill. Night quietly fell, there were no stars and no moon, and the cold wind blew the leaves, making rustling sounds. Yi Jioga refined another 2 bottles of third stage clear heart pill, and when she walked out of the room, it was exactly midnight. Yi Yu was already waiting in the courtyard, and said, "Eldest miss, the spy I placed in the Su residence reported that after that woman entered the Su residence, she was arranged by Su Junqing to stay in his study, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Looks like Su Junqing is really afraid that we won't go find her." Yi Jioga smiled. Arranging a woman of unknown origin to stay in such a strange place like the study, as long as one was interested in the Su residence, they would not be able to resist investigating. "Eldest miss, why don't I go to the Su residence myself?" Yi Yu was not afraid of traps, but he was afraid of dragging Yi Jioga down. "Don't be silly, take this, before entering the Su residence, it can resist Su Junqing's bewitching spell." Yi Jioga threw the newly refined clear heart pill to Yi Yu. "Many thanks." Yi Yu took the pill, and once again rejoiced that he followed a pill master, so he did not have to worry about pills. Yi Jioga put on her mask, and quietly went to the Su residence with Yi Yu. Compared to the previous time when it was brightly lit, the current Su residence was much dimmer. Su Junqing's study is next to the main courtyard. Yi Yu stood in the shadows, and pointed to the brightly lit small courtyard in the middle. Yi Jioga glanced at the main courtyard, and then looked at Old Master Su's small building, and asked, "How is Old Master Su now? How else can he be? His descendants are filial, greet him in the morning and evening, and he is surrounded by servants. What a blessing." Yi Yu sneered. He hated everyone in the Su family, including Old Master Su. "Knowing that he is not doing well, then I am relieved." Yi Jioga smiled. Until now, the spirit doctors in Shangjing had not discovered that Old Master Su's coma was caused by a demonic technique, so there was no cure. Yi Yu deeply agreed with Yi Jioga's words, and softly asked, "Eldest miss, do we go now?" "No rush, wait a little longer." Yi Jioga shook her head, now was not the time to go in. Chapter 143. Yi Yu was a little confused. When he was about to ask Yi Jioga what was going on, he heard neat footsteps coming from the quiet street. He looked up and saw a group of soldiers, led by Wan Xiang and by Songling. As soon as they arrived at the Su family, they smashed the door and shouted, "Open the door, open the door." "Sir, it's so late." "What's the matter?" the servant of the Su family asked in fear. "Get out of the way." Wan Xiang pushed the servant away and rushed in with his soldiers. Su Junqing stopped Wan Xiang with his guards and said gloomily, "You two are so powerful. What do you want to do by breaking into our Su family in the middle of the night? Someone reported that your Su family is harboring a heretic. Please cooperate with the investigation." Wan Xiang's eyes were cold and his attitude was tough. "You want to search our Su family with just one sentence? What does Lord Wan think of us?" Su Junqing said with anger. The guards behind him immediately pulled out their swords and stood in a row behind him. "What do you mean by this?" "The emperor asked us to investigate the heretic. Do you want to defy the law?" Bai Songling began to make a big deal. "What do you mean by investigating the heretic?" "I think you want to avenge yourself." Su Junqing didn't give in. The situation immediately fell into a stalemate. "What are you waiting for? Go down." Yi Jioga elbowed Yi Yu, who was in a daze. "This is your arrangement?" Yi Yu looked at Yi Jioga in surprise. He didn't expect that she would call Wan Xiang. "Of course, ordinary people like us have to report to the government immediately when we find a dangerous person." Yi Jioga smiled proudly. "Okay, go down. I'll wait here. If there's anything, just send the signal." Yi Yu didn't say anything more. He took advantage of the chaos and sneaked into the main courtyard silently. He pried open the window of the study and landed on the ground. Suddenly, he felt like stepping on mud. Yi Yu looked down and found that there was a layer of light red sand in the shadow of the floor of the study. He was about to leave when a sweet voice sounded in the study. "What are you looking for, little brother? Do you need my help?" Then, a fair and soft little hand reached into the shadows and tore off Yi Yu's mask with incomparable precision. Yi Yu raised his head and saw a girl in a pink dress standing in front of him. "Aya, what a beautiful little brother." The young girl looked at Yi Yu with a hint of amazement in her eyes. "Who are you?" Yi Yu looked at the beautiful girl with vigilance. "I'm Lu Yunfei, the third disciple of Bloodthirsty's forefather. You can call me Xiao Fei." Lu Yunfei twirled her hair with her fingers and smiled brightly. Bloodthirsty ancestor had many disciples, but he only had 3 direct disciples. Lu Yunfei was his last disciple. When Yi Yu heard the 3 words, Bloodthirsty sect, his heart skipped a beat. He calmly asked, "Why are you here? Are you also here to ask Su Junqing for human blood to cultivate?" Those who cultivate with human blood are all outer disciples, I don't need it." Lu Yunfei's big watery eyes looked ambiguously at Yi Yu's tall and straight body, revealing the unique desire of an adult woman. Her expression was pure and evil, innocent and lascivious. All kinds of complicated auras blended together to form a strange charm that could make men fall head over heels for her. Yi Yu felt a strange fragrance float past his nose, causing him to involuntarily take a step toward Lu Yunfei. But soon, an ice-cold bitterness rushed from his stomach to his brain. Yi Yu immediately woke up and retreated into the shadows again. He cautiously asked, "Since you don't need human blood to cultivate, why are you in cahoots with Su Junqing? Don't you know he's a liar?" "What do you mean? Have you been tricked by him?" Lu Yunfei blinked and asked curiously. "I haven't been tricked by him, but he tricked a man from Bloodthirsty sect called Su Hansen into a secret room and killed him to extract his blood." Yi Yu's mouth twitched and revealed a disdainful smile. He looked as if bloodthirsty sect was full of idiots. What did you say? Su Hansen was killed by Su Junqing. Lu Yunfei's expression froze. She didn't expect to hear such news from Yi Yu. That's right, it was in the secret room of the house that caught fire on the west side. I hid in Su Junqing's shadow and saw it with my own eyes, Yi Yu said with certainty. Lu Yunfei's eyes narrowed and she inwardly judged the truth of Yi Yu's words. Logically, she shouldn't believe the enemy's words. But emotionally, it was very likely that Su Junqing would do such a thing. After all, bloodthirsty sect believed in the law of the jungle. If she saw a heavily injured bloodthirsty sect disciple in front of her, she would immediately kill him. The first thing she did was to kill Xian Gong, not to heal him. Yi Yu saw Lu Yunfei's strange expression and didn't know if she believed his words. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, he couldn't help but say, I can help you deal with Su Junqing, but you have to help me with something. Help you with what? Lu Yunfei didn't need Yi Yu to deal with Su Junqing. She just wanted to tease him. Yi Yu hesitated. He wanted Lu Yunfei to help him find his sister. But if the people of bloodthirsty sect knew how much he cared about his sister, he was afraid that his sister would be taken hostage. But on the other hand, the more value his sister had, the more chance of survival he would have. So Yi Yu made up his mind and said, I want you to help me find a woman that Su Junqing gave away. She looks very similar to me and also has a red mole between her eyebrows. Yi Yunji looked very similar to Yi Yu and also had a red mole between her eyebrows. But compared to Yi Yunji, who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside, Yi Yu was colder, more beautiful, and more charming. Who is she to you? Actually, Lu Yunfei felt that Yi Yu looked familiar at first glance. Hearing him say this, she immediately thought of the beloved pet of the bloodthirsty sect's ancestor, the cat-like beauty that she received as a mission reward. She is my only family, Yi Yu said without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that I'll send this news back to bloodthirsty sect? Lu Yunfei didn't know if Yi Yu was naive or stupid to directly tell others his weakness. I am. Yi Yu's beautiful face reflected a deep shadow under the flickering candlelight, carrying endless bitterness. But I'm more afraid that she's dead. Lu Yunfei's pupils involuntarily shrank. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She grew up in bloodthirsty sect and learned to drink blood before she learned to drink milk. Every day, she thought about how to steal cultivation resources, how to kill, and how to not be killed. The people around her were the same scum and scum. This was the first time she saw a fool like Yi Yu who valued family. This kind of fool was really hateful. Chapter 144. Lu Yunfei's nails pierced into her palm, but her face revealed an incomparably sweet smile as she said, All right, you help me deal with Su Junqing, and I'll help you find my sister. How are we going to contact each other? I'll come find you. Although Yi Yu made a deal with Lu Yunfei, he did not trust her. But I won't be staying here for long. Lu Yunfei pouted. Where are you going? Yi Yu asked. I'm going to the medicine refining valley. In 10 days, there will be an alchemy competition there. I'll see you then. Lu Yunfei smiled as if she was meeting her lover. Medicine refining valley, alchemy competition. Why are you going there? Yi Yu immediately asked. Hee, you'll know when the time comes. But the next time we meet, you'll be mine. Lu Yunfei's figure gradually disappeared in the air, leaving behind only a hint and a declaration in the empty study. Yi Yu furrowed his brows and carefully searched the study. Other than a few bottles of human blood in a secret compartment, there was nothing else. Lu Yunfei was also nowhere to be found. At this time, the quarrel outside was getting more and more intense. Yi Yu was worried that Wan Ziang could not withstand the pressure from Su Junqing, so he could only leave unwillingly. Yi Jioge had been paying close attention to the movements in the study. When he saw Yi Yu come out, he blew the signal that he had agreed with Wan Ziang. Wan Ziang received the signal to retreat, so he coldly said to Su Junqing, "Since young Master Su refuses to accept our investigation, we can only report this matter to the Emperor." After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "Retreat. Young Master Su, think about how to explain this to the Emperor." Bai Songling pretentiously flicked his sleeves and swaggered away with Wan Ziang. Su Junqing's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he watched them leave. If grandfather was still here, these guys would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. Su Junqing couldn't help but take a deep breath when he thought of his grandfather who was still in a coma. After completing the task given to him by the ancestor, he would ask the ancestor for a favor and ask him to send someone to see what was going on with grandfather. However, this was all in the future. Right now, he had to deal with Lu Yunfei first. Su Junqing calmed himself down and returned to the study. Lu Yunfei was currently reclining on a chair by the window. The moonlight cast a faint layer of light on her bewitching face. She held a glass cup filled with bright red blood in her fair and tender hand. She would take a sip from it from time to time, looking very satisfied. "Senior sister, I'm really sorry to have disturbed you. However, as you can see, junior brother's current situation is really difficult. Please help me out, senior sister." Su Junqing looked at Lu Yunfei with deep affection. He could not wait for her to immediately take down Wan Ziang and the others. "I just heard something very interesting." Lu Yunfei stared at the spiritual blood in the glass cup and said indifferently, "I heard that junior apprentice brother Su Hansen wasn't killed by anyone, but was eaten by you to cultivate. Is this true?" "Absolutely not, no matter how bold I am, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Su Junqing was shocked in his heart and repeatedly cried out his grievances. At that time, he was worried that the increase in his cultivation would arouse suspicion. Thus, he devoured Su Hansen to cultivate the bewitching art. As long as he did not use the bewitching art, no one would notice anything strange. I don't care how Su Hansen died. However, if someone wants to use me as a chess piece, then they have to see if they have the ability to do so. Lu Yunfei swung her hand and the spiritual blood in the glass splashed onto Su Junqing's face. The wet and sticky blood covered his face, but he did not dare to move. "Little fellow, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." Lu Yunfei gracefully walked in front of Su Junqing and used the glass cup to pat his face. She sneered, "Tomorrow, I will set off for the Medicinal Refinement Valley. If there is any mistake in the task given by the old ancestor, you can bring your head to see me." "Yes." Su Junqing bowed deeply and looked at Lu Yunfei's pink dress as it flashed past his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was an unconcealable hatred. Outside the Su residence, after Yi Jioge and Yi Yu met up, they secretly went to Wan Ziang and Bai Songling's residence. Bai Songling and the rest were already waiting inside. The moment they saw Yi Yu, they asked impatiently, "Yi Yu, you've been in there for so long. Did you find anything?" "I saw that female heretic cultivator called Lu Yunfei." Yi Yu told them about his conversation with Lu Yunfei. However, he did not mention anything about his sister and only said that Lu Yunfei would meet him at the Medicinal Refinement Valley. Looks like their target this time is the alchemy competition. "Brother Wan, I think you should find someone to inspect the Medicinal Refinement Valley, especially the places that the Crown Prince set up." When Yi Jioge first heard that the Crown Prince was in charge of the alchemy competition, he felt that something was amiss. This alchemy competition is an annual event in the Thunder Country. Other than the people of the Thunder Country, there are alchemists from other countries participating. Isn't the crown prince afraid of being beaten to death by the emperor for causing trouble in the medicinal refinement valley? Bai Songling felt that the crown prince was not that stupid. It's always good to be careful. Yi Jiuge still had to bring Yi Rui to participate in the competition. He did not want to make any mistakes. Alright, I'll go check tomorrow. Wan Xiang nodded and looked at Yi Yu. Do you want to come with me? He had never seen that female heretic cultivator. If Yi Yu followed him, he would not be blinded. Yi Yu was about to agree when he felt a sharp pain on his back. It was as if something was gnawing at his skin. Don't move. Yi Jiuge moved like lightning and pressed down on the thing that was moving around on Yi Yu's back. The thing was about the thickness of an index finger and it was struggling violently. Wan Xiang tore Yi Yu's clothes and found that it was a pitch-black poison earth dragon. It was constantly struggling under Yi Jiuge. Isn't this little mute's poison earth dragon? Why is it here? Bai Songling looked at the black worm in disgust. This poison earth dragon looked extremely ferocious and sinister. It had no eyes on its head, only a large mouth filled with fine white teeth. There were also 2 thin wings on its back. As long as Yi Jiuge let go, it would immediately disappear without a trace. Who's little mute? Wan Xiang immediately frowned. He had been going out early and returning late recently. He had been investigating the heretic cultivator in the Ministry of Justice. He did not know that there was a little mute living in the backyard. Its young mistress who hired him to help raise the worm. Bai Songling explained little mute's background in detail. Can this person be trusted? Wan Xiang looked at the poison earth dragon that was constantly struggling in Yi Jiuge's hands. This thing suddenly attacked Yi Yu while they were having a secret discussion. No matter how he looked at it, it was not normal. If you don't trust him, then let's ask him face to face. Yi Jiuge did not believe that little mute was a spy. Chapter 145. Yi Jiuge jumped over the wall and entered little mute's courtyard. Yi Yu, Wan Xiang and Bai Songling followed behind her. Little mute, come out. Yi Jiuge pinched the worm with his left hand and knocked on little mute's door with his right. The wooden door opened silently. Little mute's skinny body was hidden behind the door. Only half of his snow-white face could be seen. 2 big black eyes looked at everyone expressionlessly. In the deep night, it looked especially terrifying. Yi Jiuge and Bai Songling were already used to little mute's weird look. This was the first time Wan Xiang and Yi Yu saw it, so they couldn't help but stare at little mute vigilantly. Little mute didn't even look at Wan Xiang and Yi Yu, the 2 outsiders. He extended his skinny little claw towards Yi Jiuge and then raised a thin index finger, indicating that he wanted to exchange this poison earth dragon for a bottle of spirit beast pills. I'm not here to exchange, Yi Jiuge pointed at Yi Yu and asked, why did this thing suddenly appear on my friend's body? Little mute's big black eyes swept across Yi Yu's body. Then, he made a eating gesture. No one else understood, but Yi Jiuge instantly understood little mute's meaning. You mean, this worm is eating something on my friend's body? Little mute nodded expressionlessly. What can be eaten on my body? Yi Yu couldn't help but scratch his back. Turn around and let me take a look. Yi Jiuge asked Yi Yu to turn around. Then, he opened his spiritual eye and looked carefully. In the end, he found a few thin red lines on the depression of his shoulder blade. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Looks like that Lu Yunfei left something on your body. Yi Jiuge took out his thunder fire needle and picked out the red line on Yi Yu's back. That red line was actually a living creature. After leaving Yi Yu's body, it wanted to escape. However, it was forcefully sucked into the poison earth dragon in Yi Jiuge's hand. What is this thing? Bai Songling looked at the poison earth dragon and then at Yi Yu's back. She had goosebumps all over her body. This is a small poisonous worm used for tracking. When it's not activated, it hides very well. Once it is activated, it can find you from thousands of miles away. Yi Jioge looked at Yi Yu and asked, "Didn't you feel it when she poisoned you?" "No." Yi Yu shook his head. At that time, he was only concerned with getting information out of Lu Yunfei and completely did not notice that Lu Yunfei had done something. "Don't let your guard down just because she's a woman," Wan Xiang said lightly. Just now, when Yi Yu was talking about that female heretic cultivator, his tone was very protective. It seemed that she was not an ordinary person. He thought that Yi Yu had been bewitched and was about to ask Yi Jioge for help. "I was careless." Yi Yu could not help but lower his head. Just now, Lu Yunfei was all smiles, and he felt that she was a rare good person. Indeed, he had let his guard down a little. That Lu Yunfei's cultivation level is higher than yours, so it's normal that you didn't notice. Honestly speaking, when you came out just now, I also helped you to take a look, but I didn't notice anything strange. Yi Jioge's spiritual eye wasn't omnipotent. She began to think about whether it would be better to let them take a few poison detection pills when they went on missions in the future. "Don't worry, you won't be able to find out. Don't we still have this little guy?" Bai Songling looked at the poison earthworm in Yi Jioge's hand with fiery eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. "You're right." Yi Jioge nodded. There were specializations in every field, and this kind of strange poison had to be dealt with by a professional poison earthworm. "Little Mute, how many more of these poison earthworms do you have? We'll take them all," Yi Jioge said in a rich and overbearing manner. Little Mute directly extended a slap towards Yi Jioge. "5 bottles of spirit beast pills, didn't you just say 1 bottle for 1 dragon?" Yi Jioge widened his eyes. This Little Mute's asking price was getting more and more ruthless. Little Mute expressionlessly made a few hand gestures. Bai Songling looked at the side anxiously, and could not help but ask Yi Jioge, "What is this Little Mute saying?" "He said that there is only one condition, and that it's a rare commodity, take it or leave it." Yi Jioge only had 2 words in his heart. Originally, he thought that this Little Mute was an honest child, but he did not expect that he would actually raise the price. A bottle of spirit beast pills costs 500 silvers in the market, so 5 bottles for 2,500 silvers is not expensive. Wan Xiang actually nodded his head at the side. In his heart, anything that could be used to deal with heretic cultivators was priceless. Little Mute rarely shifted his gaze to Wan Xiang's face, and his black eyes revealed a rare trace of expression. "Knowledgeable. Knowledgeable my ass." Yi Jioge really wanted to kick this scammer Wan Xiang out. Those spirit beast pills that cost 500 silvers per bottle on the market were all fake goods. How could they compare to the spirit beast pills she refined? Moreover, Little Mute originally only wanted 1 bottle, but now it had risen to 5 in the blink of an eye. If he grew his appetite, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the future. "Whoever wants it can exchange with him yourself." Yi Jioge threw the poison earth dragon back into Little Mute's hands, and decided not to tolerate this bad habit of his. "Give it to Yi Yu." Wan Xiang did not know that Yi Jioge was being sarcastic, and decided to give it to Yi Yu. After all, that worm just ran to Yi Yu's body, and it could be considered as another form of recognition. Yi Yu looked at Yi Jioge inquiringly. "If you want it, then take it. Anyway, without her, no one would be able to get it. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yi Yu really wanted it. In the future, he still had to go to the bloodthirsty sect to save his sister, and this worm would undoubtedly be a good helper. "Little Mute, since he has already decided to buy it, why don't you give this worm to him first?" Bai Songling felt that since everyone was so familiar with each other, it would not be a problem to take the goods first. In the past, Yi Jioge often did this. Unexpectedly, Little Mute shook his head without hesitation. He only trusted Yi Jioge, and if others wanted to take the goods, they had to hand over the money. Then I will go buy spirit beast pills tomorrow morning to exchange. Although Yi Yu also wanted to take the worm immediately, he still respected Little Mute's opinion. Brother, if I encounter any problems in the future, you have to lend it to me. Bai Songling hugged Yi Yu's shoulder and said. Right now, he and Wan Xiang were catching heretic practitioners every day, so there might be a time when he would need Yi Yu's help. Sure. Yi Yu was still very generous to his own people. Yi Jioge chuckled as she looked at the people who were thinking too much, then turned around and went back to the Yi mansion to sleep. She slept all the way until noon. When she woke up to eat, she could not avoid being nagged by Mother Qing about her irregular work and rest schedule. Yi Jioge responded with a few words, then used the excuse of refining pills to hide in the pill refining room. Before she entered the door, she saw Yi Yu's face peeking out from the shadow of the window. Why are you here? Yi Jioge opened the window and welcomed him in. Eldest miss, that Little Mute is suddenly unwilling to exchange again. Yi Yu looked at Yi Jioge helplessly. Last night, they had clearly agreed on 5 bottles of spirit beast pills, but after that Little Mute smelled those spirit beast pills, he refused to exchange. They could not understand Little Mute's hand gestures, so they could only ask Yi Jioge for help. Chapter 146. Yi Jioge had already expected this situation. She took a bottle of spirit beast dawn and went to Little Mute's residence with Yi Yu. At this time, Bai Songling was trying to communicate with Little Mute. I say, how can you go back on your words? We agreed to exchange 5 bottles of spirit beast dawn for insects. Even if you want to raise the price, you should at least give me a number first. Little Mute didn't even look at him. He picked up the basket filled with black fly grass and began to feed the poisonous earth dragons. This batch of poisonous earth dragons had already advanced once. The originally white and plump body now had a bit of jade-like luster. Its lifespan had also increased from 15 days to 2 months. He kept the best batch of insects to breed and cultivate the next generation. The rest were used to raise goo. The winged goo that ran out to hunt in the wild last night was raised just now. Bai Songling talked until his saliva was dry. Little Mute didn't even respond. He was so angry that his brain was heating up. He grabbed Little Mute's basket and shouted, I'm talking to you. Little Mute looked up at Bai Songling. His wooden face didn't have any expression, but it inexplicably made people feel afraid. Yi Jioge happened to come in at this time. Seeing this situation, she immediately raised her eyebrows. Brother Xiao Bai, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to bully people? I don't dare to bully him. He's bullying me. Bai Songling awkwardly handed the basket to Little Mute. Little Mute took the basket and looked at Yi Jioge. I heard you don't want to exchange with them. Yi Jioge asked. Little Mute fanned his nose with his hand and gave a thumbs down to Bai Songling. What do you mean? Bai Songling was so angry that he stomped his feet. He means that the spirit beast dawn you brought are fake. Yi Jioge translated. Bullshit. This is refined by our 100 Herb Hall's level 3 pill refiner. How can it be fake? Bai Songling angrily said. Selling fake pills was the most vicious slander to a pharmacy. No one could stand it. Little Mute didn't say anything. His eyes naturally revealed a look of disdain. Actually, Brother Xiao Bai isn't wrong. The pills he gave you are the best pills on the market. It's just that the pills you ate in the past were personally refined by me, so they aren't sold on the market. Yi Jioge returned the gesture that Little Mute gave her last night. A bottle of spirit beast pills for a worm. Elder sister's medicinal pills are a rare commodity, it's up to you whether you want them or not. Little Mute furrowed his brows and his little face became a little conflicted. In fact, he also knew that what Yi Jioge said was true. The spirit beast pills that Bai Songling and the others brought were not bad, at least they were better than the ones he had secretly obtained before. After using the medicine personally refined by Yi Jioge, he didn't care about the others. Little Mute was straightforward and agreed right away. Yi Jioge did not make things difficult for him. He took out the spirit beast pills he had prepared and successfully exchanged them for that super worm goo. How do I control this thing? Yi Jioge asked. Little Mute's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to ask for the spirit pill again. Little friend, I'd advise you to be a bit more honest. You're still too inexperienced when it comes to raising prices. Yi Jioge smiled warmly. If Little Mute really wanted to play tricks on her, she wouldn't mind doing the same to him in the future. Little Mute wisely retracted his hand and pinched the goo worm. It was unknown how he communicated with that worm goo. That sinister poison earth dragon goo let out a squeak and flapped its wings to fly to Yi Yu's hand. It bit his middle finger and then lay there motionlessly. It recognized me as its master. Yi Yu raised his head in shock. After the little thing drank his blood, he felt that he had established a faint connection with it. Little Mute, will this thing of yours have any backlash when it recognizes you as its master? Bai Songling was a bit worried and felt that this thing was a bit strange. Little Mute gave Bai Songling a disdainful look and continued to feed the poison earth dragon with the little basket. Zishang, will the thing he raised have any backlash? Yi Jioge decided to ask his sugar daddy Zishang. After all, this Little Mute was personally appointed by him. You're thinking too much. It doesn't have the ability to control these little worms right now. Zishang lazily replied. Doesn't have it now. Does that mean it will have it in the future? Yi Jioge asked vigilantly. The poison testing pills that noble consort Shi and Dongfang Ke were eating were all made from the poison earth dragons that Little Mute raised. If he could control these poison earth dragons, then wouldn't he be inviting a wolf into the house? And it will probably be after eating this bottle of spirit beast pills you gave me. Zishang replied seriously. Then can the thing he raised still be used? Yi Jioge suddenly wanted to take back the bottle of spirit beast pills. He can control those worms. Can't you control him? Zishang's voice was a bit malicious. He deliberately brought this little guy over because he wanted to see if Yi Jioge would still say that he didn't want to be a slave leader after this little thing lost control. What is this Little Mute's background? Yi Jioge asked. You don't need to care about his background. You just need to know how to control him. Zishang directly gave Yi Jioge a ball of light. After Yi Jioge absorbed the ball of light, his gaze landed on the Little Mute who was playing with the poison earth dragon. She saw that he was wearing a blue cloth, the sleeves of his clothes were dirty, and his hair was tied up messily. He didn't touch any of the new clothes that Bai Songling gave him. It was as if he had grown fond of his dusty appearance, including the name Little Mute. Originally, Yi Jioge felt that calling him Little Mute was a bit insulting. He wanted to change the name but was rejected by Little Mute. It seemed like he had to investigate Little Mute's background when he had the chance to see what his real body was. However, the most important thing now was the evil cultivator and the alchemy competition. Where is Brother Wan? Yi Jioge asked Yi Yu. He is still in the Ministry of Justice and is preparing to bring people to the medicine refining valley. I will meet up with him later. Yi Yu replied. If he wasn't delayed by Little Mute's matter, he was also preparing to leave now. Take these 2 bottles of pills and give one to Brother Wan. Be careful and don't fall for the poisonous beauty's bewitchment. Yi Jioge took out 2 bottles of level 3 clear heart pills. Yi Yu suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Lu Yunfei's bewitchment was indeed powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a good impression of her. He had to be more vigilant next time. The participants of the competition have already left for the medicine refining valley. When are you going to leave? Bai Songling asked Yi Jiuge. The day after tomorrow. Yi Yuxuan had originally set the date for Yi Jiuge to leave in 3 days, but she rejected it. Do you want to go with Prince Dongling? Bai Songling asked again. No need. Yi Jiuge shook her head. Yi Shanshan had already left with the crown prince yesterday. It would be too conspicuous if she left with Prince Dongling. All right, I will bring some secret guards to protect you. Bai Songling said. Whatever. Although Yi Jiuge didn't think it was necessary, she couldn't refuse the kindness of others. Hee, if there is really someone who doesn't have eyes, we can catch him for clues. Bai Songling smiled treacherously. Don't jinx it. Yi Jiuge really wanted to kick Bai Songling. Was he protecting her or using her as a bait? Yi Jiuge and Bai Songling talked casually. Neither of them noticed that Little Mute's eyes flashed when he heard the name of the medicine refining valley. Chapter 147. Yi Jiuge returned to Purple Forest Park and began to prepare for the trip to Medicine Refinement Valley. Although the competition would only be held for 3 days, they had to stay for at least 7 days. The things that Mother Qing had prepared were enough to fill up a large carriage to ensure that their eldest miss could live comfortably outside. Yi Jiuge looked at the large pile of things and couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if she had a storage bag. However, storage bags were too expensive and couldn't be bought in Thunder Country. She had to go to Great Spiritual City. It was said that one needed spirit coins to buy a storage bag and gold was useless. With her current cultivation, she didn't even need to think about it. Other than daily necessities, Yi Jiuge also packed the small bronze cauldron and the fat black rat. Ever since the fat black rat returned from the deep pool, it had been sullen. It burrowed into Yi Jiuge's pocket and continued to pretend to be depressed. Yi Jiuge felt guilty and decided that he would make it up to the fat black rat in the future. On the day of departure, Yi Yuxuan personally came to send them off. Su Yufeng used the excuse that she wasn't feeling well and did not come out. Although Yi Yuxuan was unhappy with Yi Jiuge, he treated Yi Rui well. For Yi Rui's sake, he sent 10 guards with a spirit practitioner surnamed Pan to escort them. Yi Jiuge and the group set off in the morning and arrived at Medicine Refinement Valley at dusk. Medicine Refinement Valley was located on a flat ground between 2 small mountains. The imperial family had specially funded the construction of Medicine Refinement City and assigned people to manage it. Yi Jiuge looked out the small window of the carriage. He saw a magnificent castle spanning between the mountain ridges. The gray city walls were 300 to 400 feet tall, and as far as the eye could see, there were many tall buildings. Big sister, why did the emperor build this castle here? Yi Rui asked curiously. I heard that behind Medicine Refinement Valley is a third-rank spiritual land filled with all kinds of precious spiritual herbs. That's why he built the castle here. Yi Jiuge heard this from Bai Songling. Third-rank spiritual lands were extremely rare in Thunder Country and the imperial family naturally treasured them. Medicine Refinement Valley was rarely open to the public. Only during the alchemy competition would they welcome outsiders. Oh. Yi Rui nodded, not really understanding. The pills she could refine were all very low grade and did not understand how precious a spiritual land that could be guarded by a city was. Yi Jiuge wanted to broaden Yi Rui's horizons, so he got off the carriage and held her hand as they walked into the Medicine Refinement Valley. Although it was already dusk, the city was still very lively. The streets were filled with shops selling medicinal ingredients, pill furnaces, and ores. There were also many outsiders who directly spread a piece of cloth on the ground and placed their goods on it. Dear customers, please don't miss this opportunity. The street stalls sold everything, including common spirit herbs, ores, and animal bones. There were even stalls selling stones and tree roots. The streets were crowded with people, many of whom were dressed strangely. It was obvious that they were from other countries. This was the first time Yurui had seen such a lively scene. She was so excited that her face turned red. She looked like she was itching to go shopping. Young miss, shall we go to the alchemy tower to settle down first? Team leader Pan asked respectfully. The participants of the alchemy competition were all staying in the alchemy tower prepared by the Dongfang family. There's no hurry. Yi Jioge also wanted to have a good stroll. She and Yurui shopped around a few shops and bought some ingredients for concocting pills before heading towards the medicine refining tower. When they passed by an old and shabby shop, Yi Jioge's heart suddenly moved and she couldn't help but stop. Go in. Zi Shang suddenly spoke. Is there a treasure inside? Yi Jioge was a little excited. She knew that this shop was strange. That's right. Moreover, it is a treasure that is very useful to this sovereign. If you don't move, then don't blame this sovereign for personally taking action. Zi Shang's voice carried a rare urgency. My king, please be more obedient. If Zi Shang really showed himself here, the entire alchemy city would probably go crazy. Big sister, what's wrong? Yurui lifted her head and asked in confusion. Come, let's go in and take a look. Yi Jioge pulled Yurui into the small shop. Because the shop was too small, team leader Pan and the guards couldn't enter and could only guard the entrance. The guard was a white-haired skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles. He wore a dirty gray robe and didn't even lift his eyelids when he saw the guests enter. He continued to nap on the stool. Which treasure are you talking about? Yi Jioge opened her spiritual eye and carefully inspected the shop from top to bottom. The things here were a mess. There wasn't even the slightest bit of spiritual energy. She didn't know which was the treasure. It's under your feet, the stone used to pad the shelf. Zi Shang transmitted. Yi Jioge lowered her head and saw that there was indeed a square gray brick under the shelf. There was a thick layer of dust on top of it. It was as if it had already become one with the shelf. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. You call this a treasure? Yi Jioge was speechless. She didn't expect Zi Shang to have a hobby of collecting bricks. This isn't an ordinary brick. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Hurry up and buy it. Zi Shang's tone was unquestionable. Yi Jioge felt that it was a little difficult. If she bought a brick for no reason, it might arouse the suspicion of the shop owner. At that time, he might treat it as a treasure and raise the price. The most common method was to buy a few good things and ask the shop owner to buy the brick. However, this shop was really shabby. It seemed like there wasn't anything valuable here. Big sister, what is this? Yurui pulled out a box of light green beads from a messy pile of miscellaneous items in the corner. Yi Jioge glanced at it and said, This is a wooden bead. It has a certain effect on wood spiritualists. However, the spirituality inside has already been completely lost. Is that so? I think it's pretty. Yurui held the wooden bead and looked like she couldn't bear to let it go. Yi Jioge suddenly had an idea. If she bought a brick, it would arouse suspicion. However, if it was a child like Yurui, it might not necessarily be the case. After all children have the right to be willful. Yi Jioge was just about to ask Yurui to buy a brick for him when he realized that his body suddenly couldn't move. Why go through so much trouble? Zi Shang was a little impatient. He directly controlled Yi Jioga's body and pulled out the brick from under the shelf. He threw it on the table and said coldly, "Name your price." The messy old man slowly opened his droopy eyelids. His muddy old eyes glanced at the gray brick. He stretched out his palm and said slowly, 5,000 taels of silver. Before Yi Jioga could say anything, Yi Rui's eyes widened in shock. What? You want 5,000 taels of silver for a broken brick? No. The old man shook his head and said unhurriedly, "It's not silver, it's gold." Yi Rui opened her mouth and looked at the old man in shock. She then turned to look at Yi Jioga with an expression that said, "You don't really want to buy it." Yi Jioga knew that this old man would ask for a sky-high price. However, she would be crazy to buy a brick with 5,000 taels of gold. Chapter 148. Zishang subconsciously wanted to kill this greedy old man but was stopped by Yi Jioga. Don't do anything stupid. There were so many people watching her come in. If the shop owner suddenly died, wouldn't that be telling everyone that he had something to do with it? You humans are so troublesome. Zishang was annoyed. The demon race would snatch whatever they wanted. Only the hypocritical human race would go around in circles. Give me back my body if you think it's troublesome. Yi Jioga roared in his mind. A problem that could have been easily solved was now complicated by him. No. Zishang decisively refused. Yi Jioga almost went crazy, but his consciousness was suppressed by Zishang. He couldn't return to normal no matter what. Yi Rui didn't notice Yi Jioga's abnormality. She rolled her eyes at the old man and said angrily, "I think you've gone crazy thinking about money. Big sister, let's go." With that, she grabbed Yi Jioga's hand. Zishang didn't want to leave without getting the brick. He avoided Yi Rui's hand and stared straight at the old man. "Old man, you have to be honest. You're selling a brick for 5,000 gold taels. Aren't you afraid of choking to death? That's not something you need to worry about." The old man slowly replied. He was able to establish himself in Alchemy City because he was ruthless and quick at robbing money. Is that so? Yi Jioga squinted his eyes. A purple vertical line appeared in his black pupils, flashing with a demonic light. The old man felt dizzy from this light and inexplicably felt guilty. He suddenly realized that it was intolerable for him to cheat the customer like this. He quickly stood up and said in fear and trepidation, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy for money. It's just a brick. If you want it, take it. Then I won't be polite." Yi Jioga's red lips curled up and his eyes returned to normal. Yi Jioga finally regained control of his body. He cursed Zishang's tyranny while reaching for the brick. At this time, Yi Shanshan's voice came from outside. "Captain Pan, why are you here?" This subordinate greets second young Mississippi. Captain Pan respectfully bowed. This subordinate has been ordered to escort first young Miss and fourth young Miss to Alchemy Valley. "Big sister, fourth sister, is it really you?" Yi Shanshan, who was wearing a blue dress, walked into the shop. Behind her was a young girl in a gorgeous golden dress. This girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She had fair skin and a beautiful face. She had an arrogant attitude. She looked at Yi Jioga with an unfriendly expression and coldly snorted, "You're Shanshan's big sister. Who are you?" The corner of Yi Jioga's mouth twitched. Big sister Shanshan, this form of address really made him unhappy. "Big sister, this is the third daughter of the Gong family." Yi Shanshan introduced with a little pride. "So it's the third miss of the Gong family." Yi Jioga thought of Gong Shifan who had helped her previously and forced a smile at the third Mississippi. However, third Miss Gong snorted coldly and turned to Yi Shanshan. "Shanshan, is your elder sister very poor?" so she can only come to this kind of shabby shop. As he spoke, he glanced disdainfully at the small shop and Yi Jioge and Yi Rui. You are the poor one. Yi Rui found that her beloved big sister was scolded, and immediately retorted back unhappily. Fourth sister, don't be rude. Yi Shanshan reprimanded Yi Rui, and then apologetically said to the girl in the red dress, Miss Gong, my fourth sister was born of a concubine. She has not had a good upbringing since she was young. Please don't bother with her. When Yi Rui heard this, her face was immediately filled with anger. Yi Jioge squeezed her little hand and said slowly, Fourth sister, don't be angry. Your second sister was born of a second concubine, so it is inevitable that her upbringing is a little poorer. This time, it was Yi Shanshan's turn to look ugly. Yi Jioge, as the elder sister, how can you slander your own sister like this? You really have no upbringing. Third Miss Gong raised her thin eyebrows and said with a tone full of sarcasm. What does it have to do with you if I teach my own sister a lesson? Or is it that the Gong family's upbringing to be a dog catching mice and meddling in other people's business? Yi Jioge saw that third Miss Gong had clearly come to find trouble with him, so he did not stand on ceremony with her. How dare you insult our Gong family? Third Miss Gong was so angry that her pretty face turned red, as if she had received a great humiliation. Wrong, I didn't insult your Gong family, I only insulted you. Yi Jioge's poisonous tongue could not be stopped by anyone. Big sister, you're wrong. I think it is more suitable for third Miss Gong to humiliate herself, Yi Rui said seriously. Little hussy, you dare to insult me. I will kill you. Third Miss Gong had never been humiliated like this in her life. She waved her hand and slapped Yi Rui's face. Yi Jioge raised his hand and grabbed third Miss Gong's hand. He said coldly, I will let you off this time for the sake of Spirit Master Gong Shifan. If you dare to make a move again, don't blame me for being impolite. You want to use the Gong family to suppress me. You think too highly of yourself. Third Miss Gong's body suddenly emitted a pale green light. It turned into a sharp wind blade and attacked Yi Jioge's chest. Fortunately, Yi Jioge was already prepared. He lifted his leg and kicked third Miss Gong's abdomen. Third Miss Gong screamed and flew out. She lay on the ground in a sorry state. The wind blade did not hit Yi Jioge, but it cut the beam of the shop. The old roof immediately collapsed. Yi Jioge grabbed Yi Rui with one hand and the old man with the other. He finally rushed out of the house before it completely collapsed. Big Miss, are you okay? Hua Dai and Yu Dai immediately rushed over. Their faces were pale with fear. I am fine. Yi Jioge shook his head. Big sister, you are too much. How can you treat third Miss Gong like this? Yi Shanshan fiercely scolded Yi Jioge. Then, she eagerly went to help third Miss Gong. Third Miss Gong stood up in a sorry state. She fiercely shook off Yi Shanshan's hand and said to Yi Jioge, how dare you treat me like this? Our Gong family will not let you off. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Don't drag your Gong family into this. Yi Jioge was not afraid of third Miss Gong's threat. No matter how powerful she was in the Gong family, she could not be more respected than the first grandson, Gong Baiyu. As long as Yi Jioge grasped the method to cure Gong Baiyu's eye disease, the Gong family would probably force third Miss Gong to apologize. You. Third Miss Gong's eyes were red. Her hand flashed with green light and she was about to make a move. Third Miss Gong, you can't. Yi Shanshan hurriedly stopped her and anxiously advised, you can't use force in Alchemy City. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Although Yi Shanshan wished that she was the only one participating in the alchemy competition, if she did not stop third Miss Gong, the Crown Prince would not let her off. Scram! Third Miss Gong fiercely glared at Yi Shanshan. Yi Shanshan's expression also turned ugly. Although she wanted to curry favor with the Gong family, being scolded by Third Miss Gong time and time again made her very angry. She did not want to stop her. Just as Third Miss Gong was about to make a move, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Stop! Chapter 149. Yi Jiuge looked up and saw an old acquaintance, the Crown Prince, Dongfang Jianming, hurrying over with a group of guards. Big brother Crown Prince, you came at the right time. Yi Shanshan's spirit was lifted, and she hurriedly complained, Big sister bullied Third Miss Gong and even destroyed her shop. Yi Jiuge, do you think this is your Yi mansion? You actually dared to injure someone. The Crown Prince gloomily looked at the restored Yi Jiuge. This beautiful face made him hate her even more than before. This isn't your Highness East Palace. Yi Jiuge was calm and elegant. The Crown Prince immediately ordered his guards, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Men, arrest this troublemaker. Hua Dai and Yu Dai anxiously stood in front of Yi Jiuge. Yi Jiuge raised his brows. Your Highness, I'm here to participate in the alchemy competition. Don't you think you're being too arbitrary by arresting me without reason? The facts are clear and conclusive. There's no point in quibbling. The Crown Prince waved his hand, arrest Yi Jiuge. If she dares to resist, then don't be polite with her. Big sister. Yi Rui tightly grabbed Yi Jiuge's sleeve with a pale face. Don't be afraid. Although the Crown Prince is muddle-headed, there are still people in the city who understand. Yi Jiuge calmly comforted her. Big sister, how dare you say that the Crown Prince is muddle-headed? When I return, I must report this to father and have him punish you. Yi Shanshan wanted to continue framing Yi Jiuge, but she was frightened by Yi Jiuge's cold eyes. Yi Shanshan, if I were you, I'd shut up or I won't have another chance in the future. Yi Jiuge's tone was calm, but Shanshan knew that she wasn't joking. The fear of being beaten came back to her, and she could not help but hide behind the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince angrily said, Yi Jiuge, you dare to bully the weak in front of me. It seems that you don't put the imperial family in your eyes. Yi Jiuge sneered, if you're not representing the Gong clan, then you're representing the imperial family. Those who don't know would think that the Gong clan has no one left after the death of His Majesty. How dare you? Impudent. Third Miss Gong and the Crown Prince flew into a rage at the same time, wishing they could personally capture Yi Jiuge. At this time, the sound of uniform footsteps could be heard from the distance. It turned out to be the patrolling soldiers of Alchemy City. The person in the lead was dressed in black and red robes. His handsome face seemed to have been carved by a knife, and his temperament was incomparably cold. It was Wan Xiang. Look, a reasonable person has come. Yi Jiuge smiled. Lord Wan, Yi Jiuge robbed and injured people. You can't be thinking of shielding her, right? The Crown Prince said coldly. Yes, Lord Wan, I can testify. Yi Shanshan said while hiding behind the Crown Prince. Wan Xiang coldly looked at the Crown Prince and Yi Shanshan, then turned to ask Yi Jiuge, what is going on? Just now, when I accompanied my sister to shop, Miss Gong suddenly rushed in and spoke ill of me. She even destroyed someone else's shop. Before Yi Jiuge could finish his words, Third Miss Gong had already angrily denied it, I didn't do anything. It was clearly you who wanted to steal my things, so you destroyed someone else's shop. This shop was destroyed by the wind spirit root. Sir Wan, you can send someone to investigate. Yi Jiuge said lightly. Investigate. Under Wan Xiang's command, the well-trained soldiers he brought with him began to search the ruins. Very quickly, they found a beam that was cut by the wind spirit root. The cut surface was still faintly green. A tall and skinny soldier came out and reported, "Sir, this shop was indeed destroyed by the wind spirit root. I have the lightning spirit root. May I ask what third Miss Gong's spirit root is?" Yi Jioge looked at the third Miss Gong with malicious intent. Some people wanted to distort the truth and push the blame onto themselves, but they didn't think that they were full of loopholes. "So what if I have the wind spirit root? It's just a broken shop. I'll pay for it. What about the matter of you injuring me?" Third Miss Gong's aura was still very arrogant. Before Yi Jioge could say anything, the surrounding people had already begun to discuss. "This Gong clan is too overbearing. So what if they're from a big clan?" "That's right. They dare to be so arrogant in our alchemy city. Wouldn't they be overlords in their Baimu city? And that Yi Shanshan, she actually helped an outsider to deal with her own sister. She's really ruthless. The crown prince is also muddle-headed. He was blinded by beauty and actually dared to openly protect a criminal. If he was the host of the alchemy competition, then we wouldn't have to compete anymore," the surrounding people were discussing. Third Miss Gong's face turned red and white. She looked at Yi Jioge as if she wanted to tear him into pieces. "Don't cause trouble in Alchemy City. Your Highness, you also don't want this matter to reach the Emperor's ears." Wan Xiang coldly looked at the Crown Prince. This was an alchemy competition. There was absolutely no room for mistakes. Even the Crown Prince didn't dare to act recklessly. The Crown Prince didn't dare to say anything else. He fiercely glared at Yi Jioge, then whispered a few words to Third Miss Gong. Third Miss Gong was obviously unconvinced. However, this was the Dongfang clan's territory. No matter how arrogant she was, she had to give the Crown Prince some face. "Just you wait." Third Miss Gong threw down these harsh words and angrily left. Yi Shanshan hurriedly followed. Her fawning appearance was very disdainful. "Shameless." Yi Rui disdainfully looked at Yi Shanshan's back as she left. She simply didn't want to admit that this person was her second sister. "Say less." Yi Jioge patted Yi Rui's shoulder. Arguing with Yi Shanshan in front of outsiders would only make her a laughingstock. He would deal with her when they got back. Yi Rui bit her lips and didn't say anything. At this moment, the dizzy old man finally came back to his senses. Looking at the collapsed store, he immediately screamed. "My store!" Yi Jioge just remembered a very important question. Where was my brick? Big sister. Yi Rui pulled Yi Jioge's sleeve and touched the small embroidered backpack on her back. It was bulging and looked exactly like a brick. So smart. Yi Jioge rewarded her by rubbing her little head. Yi Rui smiled. This was 5,000 taels of gold. Of course, she had to keep it well. "Captain Pan, stay here and help this old man count his things. Pay as much as he should," Yi Jioge instructed Captain Pan. Although this unexpected disaster was caused by Third Miss Gong, Yi Jioge still felt that he should give the old man some compensation for the brick. "Yes." Captain Pan nodded respectfully. As a guard, he had failed to stop Third Miss Gong's attack on First Miss Gong. Now, he had to make up for his mistake. "I will send you to the medicine refining building," Wan Xiang said to Yi Jioge. "I won't delay your business, right?" Yi Jioge looked at the soldiers behind Wan Xiang. No. Wan Xiang's status was equivalent to that of an imperial envoy. He could inspect everywhere. "Then let's go." Yi Jioge and Wan Xiang walked in front. Yi Rui considerately followed behind Hua Dai and Yu Dai, giving Yi Jioge and Wan Xiang the opportunity to be alone. "What is the background of that Third Miss Gong?" Seeing that no one was approaching, Yi Jioge asked Wan Xiang in a low voice. Chapter 150. That third Miss name is Hongyu, but she's the daughter of a side branch of the Gong clan. She's always been in love with His Highness, so she must have heard some rumors to misunderstand you. Wan Xiang said. What rumors? Yi Jioge felt that his relationship with the prince was purely doctor-patient. What rumors could there be? For some reason, Wan Xiang sighed in relief after seeing Yi Jioge's confident attitude. Dongfang Ke had outstanding aptitude, a powerful background, and a handsome appearance. He'd always been the dream lover of the capital's girls. However, Yi Jioge didn't have any improper thoughts about him. It seemed that Dongfang Ke's plans were destined to fail. What rumors could there be? It's just second sister trying to sow discord, Yi Rui said with a taut face. Do you need my help? Wan Xiang also felt that the second miss had gone too far. It's fine, let her speak. The more she says now, the worse she'll die in the future. Yi Jioge smiled mockingly. Yi Shanshan was so close to the crown prince. She wouldn't even know how she would die in the future. Wan Xiang didn't mind Yi Jioge's business after seeing that he didn't need his help. Where's Songling? Didn't he say he'd escort you here? Wan Xiang looked around and asked in confusion. I don't know, I've never seen him before. Yi Jioge's journey had been smooth, so he didn't go looking for him. That shouldn't be. Wan Xiang found it strange. With Bai Songling's gossipy personality, he should have rushed out to save the damsel in distress after seeing Hongyu attack Yi Jioge. It's fine, I don't need his protection anyway. Oh right, have you found Lu Yunfei yet? Yi Jioge was more concerned about the heretical cultivator's activities. Not yet. Wan Xiang shook his head. He was currently in charge of the city's defense while Yi Yu cooperated in secret. However, they still hadn't found any traces of Lu Yunfei. What about Su Junqing? Yi Jioge asked. He came under the Empress' orders to assist the Crown Prince in the alchemy competition. My people have been watching him, but they haven't found anything strange yet. Wan Xiang said. Keep an eye on them. If they have ulterior motives, they'll show up sooner or later. Yi Jioge said. You don't have to worry about these things. You just have to participate in the alchemy competition. As Wan Xiang spoke, he took out a yellow booklet from his sleeve and handed it to Yi Jioge. This is the name list for the alchemy competition. You can take a look when you have time. This was a benefit that belonged to the Thunder Nation's internal participants. The Crown Prince also had a copy. Thanks. Yi Jioge took it without hesitation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you don't take advantage of the situation, you will be a bastard. Oh, by the way, this year's quota has been cancelled. Everyone will have to start from the first round. I heard that Imperial Uncle Dongfang Yao requested this. Dongfang Yao was Alchemy City's city lord and Emperor Xian Wu's uncle. He was in charge of this year's alchemy competition. Oh. Yi Jioge didn't want to use the quota, so he wasn't disappointed. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Medicine Refinement Tower. Your rooms are in the Flying Frost Tower to the west of the Alchemy Tower. The Crown Prince is in the Lingyun Tower to the east. Gong Hongyu and Yi Shanshan are in the Maple Leaf Tower next to him. As long as you don't deliberately go there, you won't run into them. Wan Xiang still hoped that Yi Jioge could bear with it and not cause trouble during the competition. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If the Crown Prince and Gong Hongyu didn't have eyes, they couldn't blame her for being impolite. Wan Xiang knew Yi Jioge's temper very well. When he heard this, he could only smile helplessly. Then, he ordered a soldier beside him, call Aunt Chong over. A moment later, a middle-aged woman dressed in dark red armor walked out of the medicine refinement tower with a warm smile. She bowed to Wan Xiang and said, "This subordinate greets Lord Wan. Jioge, this is Aunt Chang in charge of the medicine refinement tower. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for her." Wan Xiang implied that this Aunt Chang was one of his own. "This servant greets young lady Yi. Good luck to the young lady." Aunt Chang bowed respectfully to Yi Jioge. "Aunt Chang is too polite." Yi Jioge smiled faintly. "I still have matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you in. Aunt Chang, take good care of young lady Yi." Wan Xiang gave Aunt Chang a few more instructions before leaving. Next, Aunt Chang personally brought Yi Jioge and the others to Flying Frost House. Along the way, she told them quite a bit about the medicine refinement tower. The medicine refinement tower occupied an area of more than 200 acres. There were a total of 88 small buildings. They were built according to north, south, east, and west around the medicine refinement tower. The medicine refinement tower was the venue for their upcoming competition. Currently, there were 53 alchemists residing in the medicine refinement tower. There were 30 women and 23 men. Most of them were at the first rank. After Aunt Chang brought Yi Jioge and the others to Flying Frost House, she said, "If young lady has no other instructions, this subordinate will take her leave." "Sorry to trouble you, Aunt Chang." Yi Jioge glanced at Hua Dai. The little girl was very perceptive and stuffed a pouch into Aunt Chang's hands. "Young miss, you're too kind." Aunt Chang declined verbally, but her hands quickly took the pouch with a greedy look on her face. After Yi Jioge had Hua Dai send Aunt Chang out, she began to examine the two-story building made of green bamboo in front of her. The front yard of the building was on the left, while the backyard was on the right. There was a clear distinction between them. However, what Yi Jioge was most satisfied with was the flying frost tree planted in the backyard. The azure leaves shone faintly under the sunlight, and they even carried a faint fragrance. There were 2 servant girls and 2 female servants in the Flying Frost House. Yi Jioge let Yu Dai, Hua Dai, Qing Hu, Qing Lu, and the servant girls and female servants live on the first floor. Leader Pan and the guards lived in the outer courtyard. She chose the room facing north on the second floor, and left the room facing south for Yi Rui. "Why do you have such a long face? Don't you like it here?" Yi Jioge asked Yi Rui. "No, I just feel very angry when I think about how second elder sister helped that woman to bully you." Although Yi Rui already knew that second elder sister wasn't a good person, she still felt very upset when she saw it with her own eyes. "You saw it too. It's not that easy for them to bully me." Yi Jioge poked Yi Rui's angry little face and said, "All right, give me the brick." Yi Rui obediently took out the brick and asked curiously, "Big sister, what kind of treasure is this? Why do you have to buy it? Children shouldn't ask so many questions. You've been tired for the whole day. Hurry up and rest, or else you won't have the energy to participate in the competition." Yi Jioge didn't even know what kind of treasure this brick was, so how could he answer Yi Rui's question? Fortunately, Yi Rui wasn't very curious. Since Yi Jioge didn't want to say anything, she didn't continue asking. She turned around and returned to her room. Yi Jioge looked at the gray brick and impatiently called out to Zishang, "Hurry up and come out to see your treasure." Chapter 151. Zishang immediately revealed himself. His vertical pupils stared fixedly at the brick, his snake tail wagging non-stop. He didn't even bother to hug Yi Jioge. "What kind of treasure is this?" This was the first time Yi Jioge saw Zishang so excited. "This is a form transformation bead. It disappeared after the demon war. I didn't expect it to be here." Zishang felt that his luck was off the charts. With this, he could completely transform into a human. If the form transformation bead is so precious, why would it be used as a brick to pad a shelf? Yi Jioge found it unbelievable. Who knows? Zishang didn't care about this. He wiped his palm on the brick and sucked out an azure blue bead that emitted a faint fragrance. Yi Jioge was attracted by the fragrance and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She could feel that this was a good thing and would be very beneficial to her. Don't think about it. It's mine. If it was anything else, Zishang wouldn't mind giving it to her, but this form transformation bead was out of the question. I'm just taking a look. Yi Jioge didn't dare to snatch something from Zishang's mouth. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate. Be careful and don't get into trouble. Zishang swallowed the form transformation bead and returned to Yi Jioge's imprint. When are you coming out? Yi Jioge hurriedly asked. Unfortunately, Zishang didn't respond. It seemed like he was in deep sleep. F***ck, it's like this every time. Big sister curses you for failing to transform. Yi Jioge cursed inwardly. Following that, she had dinner and took care of some miscellaneous matters before returning to her room to flip through the yellow booklet Wan Xiang gave her. There was a detailed introduction of each contestant's situation, and even the address of their medicine refining tower was recorded. This batch of contestants, including her and Yi Shanshan, had a total of 6 second-rank pill refiners. Apart from Gong Hongyu from Baimu City, the names of the others were unfamiliar. She skimmed through the booklet and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate the manifestation technique. Ever since she collected the white bone fire, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Even if she didn't cultivate her spiritual power, she could still circulate it slowly. However, the most impressive thing was her divine sense. In the past, it could only envelop a room at most. Now, it could extend outwards. She slowly released her divine sense to the next room and clearly saw Yi Rui sleeping soundly. Just as she was about to continue training her divine sense, suddenly, something with the smell of blood swept past her small building and flew towards the east. Her divine sense bounced back abruptly. Yi Jioge immediately opened his eyes. That cold and bloody aura just now was very strange and did not seem to belong to Su Junqing. Could it be Lu Yunfei? Yi Jioge hurriedly jumped out of the window and chased after that row of small buildings in the east. Unfortunately, after circling the inside and outside of the building, he could no longer find that strange aura. Other than the Crown Prince, Su Junqing, Yi Shanshan, and Gong Hongyu, she remembered that there were several other important people living here. Yi Jioge took out the yellow booklet again and started reading. She discovered that other than her, the other Tier 2 pill refiners were all living in the eastern building. Was it a coincidence or an accident? The more Yi Jioge thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He returned to his room and had a sleepless night. He got up before dawn to look for Aunt Chang. Aunt Chang, was there any movement at the east building last night? Yi Jioge asked. No, the guard on duty last night said it was very peaceful there. Did young miss discover something? Auntie Chang quickly asked. If Yi Jioge discovered something and they did not know about it, then they would have failed in their duties. No, I was just casually asking. Yi Jioge shook his head and could not help but look towards the east. He saw that it was very quiet there. Other than the servants coming in and out, there was not a single pill refiner walking around. Everyone was focused on preparing for the competition tomorrow. Thinking about the competition tomorrow, Yi Jioge could only put down the questions in his heart and wholeheartedly prepare for the competition. The next day, the pill refining competition officially began. All the participants had to wait in the pill refining pavilion's hall to enter. Yijioga pulled Yurui to a corner and carefully observed the Tier 2 pill refiners participating in the competition. Gong Hongyu wore a red dress today and stood in the middle of the hall. She was very arrogant and looked at the others with disdain. It was as if she was saying that all of them were trash who were here to spar with her. Yi Shanshan wore a white dress and stood beside Gong Hongyu like a white lotus. She was very low-key. A young man with a head full of small braids and dressed in a black and red robe stood in the left corner. His eyes wandered around and he was very vigilant. A middle-aged woman with high cheekbones, a mean face, and thin wrinkles on the corners of her mouth stood in the right corner. She looked very aloof. A tall and sturdy man with short hair stood by the door. His eyes were sharp and his face was dark. Although he looked like a martial artist, he was 100% a second-rank pill refiner. As Yijioga was studying them, they were also sizing up each other to assess the gap between them. Yijioga's reputation as a trash had spread far and wide, so these alchemists did not put her in their eyes. Most of their attention was on Gong Hongyu and Yi Shanshan. Big sister, why hasn't the competition started yet? Yurui was a little tired from standing. Soon, just wait a little longer. Just as Yijioga finished speaking, 20 young men wearing green bamboo embroidered robes walked in from the back. These were the students of Alchemy City. They were responsible for all aspects of the competition. One of the students held a large green box in his hand and announced, "Honored guests, please come and draw lots. The number you draw will represent the room you will be using later." Yijioga drew number 36, while Yurui drew number 48. After drawing lots, the students stood in 2 rows and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Grandmaster Dongfang." Tap tap tap. A gray-robed old man with messy hair and a wizened face walked in. This was the Thunder Nation's 5th-rank alchemist in charge of this competition, Dongfang Yao. This old man's white hair was tied up with a piece of cloth. A few strands fell on his forehead. One side of his sleeves was long and the other short. One look and you could tell he was someone who didn't care about what the world thought of him. He had spent his entire life guarding Alchemy City and was widely recognized as a pill-refining madman. Every year, he would be the judge for the competition. He was a very fair person and everyone trusted him. Dongfang Yao was a man of few words. He immediately rang the bell and announced the start of the competition. Yijioga's alchemy room was in the middle right corner with a simple layout. On the left was a second-grade alchemy cauldron while on the right were tools used to process ingredients. None of the alchemy rooms had roofs so that the judges could observe from above. Today's test is the heart-nourishing pill. Dongfang Yao's voice echoed throughout the venue. Yijioga was startled when she heard the question. Chapter 152. Yijioga remembered that in the past alchemy competitions, the first 2 rounds were all about basic pills, and only in the last round would the more difficult pills appear. Who would have thought that they would use such a big move in the first round? No wonder the recommendation was cancelled. Gosh, how could it be the heart-nourishing pill? I've never practiced it before. Many examinees started wailing. The heart-nourishing pill was a rather unpopular pill. Coupled with the fact that the required herbs were rather complicated, very few people would refine this pill. Aside from experience, pill concoction also requires the ability to learn and comprehend. I will give you 3 sets of medicinal herbs and a pill formula. If you feel that you cannot concoct it, you can scram now, Dongfang Yao said impatiently. In the past, he had always relied on the basic pills that alchemists often refined. Every time he appraised the pills, it would be difficult to determine which one was better, which made him feel very annoyed. Recently, he had been researching a new pill formula, so he was not in the mood to host this alchemy competition. Thus, he simply chose a pill that no one practiced often and eliminated most of the people first. A fifth-grade imperial alchemist was just that capricious. Although Yi Jioge had never refined the heart-nourishing pill before, she was not afraid of it. The heart-nourishing pill required 49 types of medicinal herbs to be concocted, and the apprentice brought over a large basket of medicinal herbs. Yi Jioge poured out the medicinal herbs from the basket and arranged them in the small bamboo basket. When she examined the heart-nourishing flower, her pupils suddenly contracted. The heart-nourishing flower was about the size of a thumb. It had pink petals and gray stamens. It was the main ingredient of the heart-nourishing pill. In this large bunch of heart-nourishing flowers, there were a dozen small flowers with black spots on their stamens. It was impossible to distinguish them from each other. However, Yi Jioge's eyesight was extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that this small flower with a black stamen was not a heart-nourishing flower, but a heart-devouring flower. Although the heart-devouring flower looked very similar to the heart-nourishing flower, its effects were the exact opposite. If it was refined as a heart-nourishing flower, it would become a highly toxic pill. Consuming it would result in a loss of spiritual energy, and in severe cases, death. Because they grew up in different environments, most people wouldn't make a mistake. Unless, the person who delivered the medicine made a mistake on purpose. Yi Jioge looked up at a tall and skinny apprentice in front of him. He was the one who had delivered the medicine. The apprentice happened to be peeking at her out of the corner of his eye. When their eyes met, he immediately turned his face away guiltily. Other than the crown prince, she couldn't think of anyone else who could instruct an apprentice to tamper with her herbs. If it was an alchemist who was not familiar with the heart-nourishing pill, he might really fall for it. But to Yi Jioge, it was a piece of cake. She didn't want to make it public, because it was useless to say it. The heart-devouring flower and the heart-nourishing flower looked very similar, so it was reasonable for the apprentices to say that they had made a mistake. Moreover, the selection of medicinal herbs was originally a part of the competition, so there was nothing to make a fuss about. After Yi Jioge picked out all the heart-devouring flowers, he went to check the alchemy furnace and indeed found a problem. There were a few small holes on the furnace, which would lower the grade of the pill. Yi Jioge didn't stand on ceremony this time and directly called the apprentice over to ask for a new alchemy furnace. In the referee room on the top floor. In addition to the main referee, Dongfang Yao, there were also 2 level 4 alchemists as assistant referees. The short and plump man was called Old Qin. The tall and thin man was called Elder Shao. Both of them were elders of Alchemy City. In addition to the 3 referees, the crown prince, Dongfang Jianming, was also present. He was respectfully standing beside Dongfang Yao, accompanying him to observe the situation of the various alchemy rooms. Now that all the apprentices had started to concoct the medicinal herbs, Yi Jioge's movements immediately attracted Dongfang Yao's attention. "What's the matter with number 36? Dongfang Yao frowned and asked. "She said that there's a problem with the alchemy furnace and wants us to give her a new one." Dongfang Yao's head apprentice, Li Zijuan, quickly asked about the situation. "Didn't I ask you to inspect it carefully? How could there be a problem?" Dongfang Yao's sharp eyes swept over. This was because the alchemy competition's medicinal herbs and equipment were distributed uniformly. Thus, he was very strict about this. "This disciple has failed in his duty, please punish me, master." Li Zijuan immediately bowed and apologized. "Uncle, this matter can't be blamed on Zijuan. That number 36 Yi Jioge is a famous troublemaker. Unless you give her the 30,000 gold cauldron, she won't be satisfied." The crown prince added oil to the fire. "Who is Yi Jioge?" Dongfang Yao was stunned. "She's Grandmaster Yun's granddaughter." Elder Chen added. "Isn't Grandmaster Yun's granddaughter trash? Why is she participating in the competition?" Although Dong Fangyao had been stationed in Alchemy City for many years, he had heard of Yi Jioga's reputation as a trash. "Uncle, you might not know, but Yi Jioga said that she had a fortuitous encounter. Not only did she recover her appearance in cultivation, she even became a second-rank alchemist." The Crown Prince pointed out with a smile. So there was such a thing. What kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? Elder Xiao asked with interest. Who knows? She said that she was able to recover her cultivation with a pill left behind by Grandmaster Yun in the Unbounded Abyss. I was just about to ask the Grandmasters if there really is a pill in this world that can allow someone with severed meridians to recover their cultivation and learn alchemy without a teacher. The Crown Prince exaggeratedly asked. If there really is such a pill, then this old man would like to see it for himself. Elder Xiao stroked his beard. He clearly didn't believe it. Elder Chen didn't say anything, but his chubby face was also filled with disapproval. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Old man Yun has always been lucky, so it wouldn't be strange for him to leave behind some treasures for his bloodline. Dong Fangyao disapprovingly spoke. Although he didn't get along with Yun Tianwei in the past, ever since Yun Tianwei's disappearance, he felt more and more lonely without an opponent. Now that he heard someone questioning his opponent, it felt as if the person was questioning him. Uncle is right, I am ignorant and inexperienced. The Crown Prince didn't think that the imperial uncle would speak up for Yi Jioga. He originally wanted to pour dirty water on Yi Jioga, but he immediately swallowed it back down. Dong Fangyao carefully looked at Yi Jioga's pill concoction technique and nodded. Not bad, it seems like you have practiced quite a bit. Yi Jioga didn't know that she had already entered Dong Fangyao's eyes. She concentrated on processing the ingredients before starting the pill concoction. The heart-nourishing pill was difficult to concoct because there were too many ingredients. In order to completely fuse the medicinal liquid, one had to pay attention to the heat. One careless mistake could result in a waste pill, so one could only rely on the experience of an alchemist. However, Yi Jioga's spiritual sense had greatly increased after her breakthrough. The 49 ingredients inside the cauldron were all clearly visible to her. At this moment, most of the ingredients had already dissolved. Only the heart-nourishing flour was still a bit lacking. She increased the heat, and after the heart-nourishing flour had completely dissolved, she lowered the heat to simmer it slowly. She didn't stay idle while she was simmering. She used her spiritual sense to flip the medicinal liquid up and down, so that it was evenly heated. Just as the pill was about to be finished, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 153. The originally quiet earth fire suddenly surged, turning into raging flames that spread out. The medicine shelves closest to the furnace were all set on fire. The fire was about to reach Yi Jioga's face. Her fingers moved slightly, and a wisp of white flame quietly drilled into the source of the earth fire, swallowing it in one gulp. Yi Jioga waved her hand and the earth fire that lost its source disappeared, leaving behind a charred furnace. The commotion of the fire was too big. Even Yi Rui realized something was wrong. She ignored the student's obstruction and ran over, asking anxiously, "Big sister, are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Why are you here?" "Hurry up and go back to concoct pills," Yi Jioga said. "Big sister, why are you still concocting pills?" Yi Rui was so angry that her face turned red. She shouted at the student, "What are you guys doing? You can't even control the earth fire. What if someone gets burned?" When the people who were concocting pills heard Yi Rui's words, they couldn't help but move away from the earth fire. The heart-nourishing pill was already hard to concoct. Now that they were distracted, they basically became useless pills. They immediately complained about the earth fire. "What's going on?" Dong Fangyao had already rushed over from the referee's room when the earth fire went out of control. Behind him were Old Chin, Old Xiao, and the Crown Prince. Master, the earth fire went out of control. Li Zijuan's expression was very ugly. The alchemy competition had been held for so many years, but this was the first time such a major mistake had occurred. Everyone else's earth fire is fine. Why did your earth fire go out of control? Did you do something you shouldn't have? The Crown Prince sneered, looking at Yi Jioge with malice. If I knew how to make the earth fire go out of control, I would be the Crown Prince, Yi Jioge said sarcastically. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that the earth fire went out of control because of the Crown Prince? Dong Fongyao asked directly. Uncle, I didn't, the Crown Prince quickly denied. There must be some misunderstanding here. Miss Yi, why don't you come to the referee's room with us? Old Chen saw that the situation was bad and quickly said. No, if there's anything, we'll have to make it clear here. Big sister just changed the alchemy furnace. Is there something wrong with that alchemy furnace? Yi Rui was small in stature, but she was full of vigor. She looked like she wanted to seek justice for her big sister. Yes, someone drilled a hole in that pill furnace. Yi Jioge nodded. She didn't want to say these things, but she was very angry when she lost control of the earth fire. It was one thing for the Crown Prince to tamper with the medicinal herbs and the cauldron, but to think that he even dared to touch the earth fire. If not for her white bone flame being able to devour flames, she might have been injured by this earth fire. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, Dong Fongyao coldly said, the path of alchemy is ever-changing, so accidents are very common. However, as an alchemist, you must abide by your heart. If you don't want to compete, then scram. As soon as he said that, no one dared to say anything else. They all retracted their heads and started to refine their pills again. Even though he had failed to concoct the pill just now, he still had 2 more chances. He couldn't afford to waste them. Fourth sister, Great Master Dongfang is right. If you want to advance on the path of alchemy, you have to get rid of external things. You should also go back. Yi Jioge patted Yi Rui's head. All right. Although Yi Rui was still a little unwilling, she still obediently returned to her alchemy room. Change her alchemy room and prepare 3 more sets of ingredients. Dong Fongyao ordered the disciples behind him. No need. Yi Jioge shook his head. What? You want to withdraw from the competition just because of a little setback? Dong Fongyao looked displeased. With just this little ability, you still have the face to say that you are Great Master Yun's granddaughter. The Crown Prince sneered from the side. I don't want to withdraw from the competition. Yi Jioge said with an innocent face. Then what do you want? Dong Fongyao frowned, thinking that Yi Jioge wanted to take the opportunity to make a rude request. I don't want to do anything. Yi Jioge inexplicably looked at Dong Fongyao and said, my heart-nourishing pill has already been refined. There is no need to prepare another alchemy room and ingredients. Isn't your pill useless? Dong Fongyao's surprised gaze fell on Yi Jioge's alchemy furnace. Who said it was useless? Yi Jioge opened the alchemy furnace that was burnt black. Inside the alchemy furnace lay 3 pink and lustrous pills, exuding a fragrant aura. She had just used her spiritual sense to wrap around the already formed heart-nourishing pill, so the pill was not affected by the out-of-control earth fire. Grade 1 heart-nourishing pill. Dong Fongyao could see the grade of this pill at a glance, and could not help but look at Yi Jioge with a bit of appreciation. Then I can rest now. Yi Jioge's expression was cold. Wait a moment, come with me first, I have something to ask you. Dong Fongyao turned and walked towards the tea room on the 2nd floor. Yi Jioge put away the heart-nourishing pill and followed Dong Fongyao upstairs. The Crown Prince fiercely looked at Yi Jioge's back, wishing that he could eat her alive. What does Great Master Dongfang want with me? Yi Jiuge stood at the door and asked. Dongfang Yao was also a clever person. He did not invite Yi Jiuge to sit down, and directly asked, "Girl, are you selling the spiritual fire in your body?" Yi Jiuge's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not think that even though he was so careful, he would still be able to detect the existence of the white bone fire. However, at this time, he absolutely could not admit it. Yi Jiuge was just about to play dumb when Dongfang Yao opened his mouth and said, "It is useless for you to deny it. This old man has his own way to test it. The earth fire here is something that I have spent countless efforts to cultivate. You commanded the spiritual fire to swallow it. Shouldn't you give this old man an explanation?" Yi Jiuge was silent for a moment, then said, "That is because you harmed me first. This time, it is indeed our dereliction of duty. This old man will definitely give you an explanation after investigating." Although Dongfang Yao was obsessed with cultivation, he was not a fool who did not know anything. "Even if Dongfang Jianming is behind this, can you give me an explanation?" Yi Jiuge raised his eyebrows, his face was full of disbelief. "Even if Dongfang Yan is behind this old man can still give you an explanation." Dongfang Yao was very domineering. He did not even put Xian Wu Emperor Dongfang Yan in his eyes. Yi Jiuge could see that Dongfang Yao was not lying to her. But even so, she could not sell the white bone fire to him. "This is a different thing. I will give you 100 spirit coins to buy your spiritual fire, and I will also give you a wood pseudo-spiritual fire. If you have any other requests, as long as I can do it, I will agree." Dongfang Yao's price was very reasonable. 1 spirit coin was equivalent to 10,000 gold, but even gold could not be exchanged for spirit coins. Although the wood pseudo-spiritual fire was not a spiritual fire, it was still a very rare flame, and it was very suitable for Yi Jiuge's current cultivation. The most important thing was the promise of Dongfang Yao, a rank 5 alchemist of the imperial family. If it was someone else, they would have been tempted, but unfortunately, Yi Jiuge could not sell it. He would die if he sold it. Chapter 154. Little girl, this price is already very reasonable. Don't push your luck. Dongfang Yao said with dissatisfaction. "I'm not pushing my luck. I'm not selling," Yi Jiuge said plainly. She had already integrated the white bone fire into her dantian. Digging it out was the same as opening a hole in her dantian. "If you don't want to sell, then forget it." Dongfang Yao waved his hand in annoyance. If it was a small alchemist, he would have taken the spiritual fire even if he had to. However, Yi Jiuge was Yun Tianwei's granddaughter, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing that Dongfang Yao was so easygoing, Yi Jiuge felt a bit apologetic. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Actually, this spiritual fire is useless to you." "What do you mean?" Dongfang Yao asked in confusion. Yi Jiuge raised his finger, and a wisp of white flame with a strange and serene aura appeared. The entire room became incomparably gloomy. "Ghost fire. Are you crazy? You actually dared to store the ghost fire in your dantian?" Dongfang Yao was shocked and looked at Yi Jiuge as if he had seen a ghost. Ghost fire could only be used to refine yin pills, but spirit cultivators needed yang pills. Only evil cultivators and devil cultivators needed yin pills. Currently, there were very few yin pill recipes on the market. Even Dongfang Yao only had a few, so this ghost fire was useless. Yi Jiuge smiled and didn't explain. She couldn't tell Dongfang Yao that she had a complete set of yin pill recipes. "Little girl, you look soft, but you're quite brave. You're worthy of being old man Yun's bloodline." Although Dongfang Yao felt that it was crazy for an alchemist to store a ghost fire, he still admired Yi Jiuge's courage. "Great Master Dongfang, do you know my grandfather?" do you know where he went before he disappeared? Yi Jioge immediately asked. Little girl, don't misunderstand. I'm not familiar with your grandfather. Dongfang Yao snorted arrogantly. Oh. Yi Jioge immediately became cold. Dongfang Yao was a bit annoyed by her attitude. He coldly snorted and said, Old man Yun left too suddenly. I only heard that he went to a secret realm to find some treasure. Treasure? Could her grandfather's disappearance be related to the treasure map? Although Yi Jioge was surprised, his expression did not change. He said calmly, Thank you for your guidance, Master Dongfang. Little girl, don't learn from old Yun and go searching for treasures. How could there be so many treasures in this world for you to find? Dongfang Yao muttered. Just as Yi Jioge was getting dizzy from Dongfang Yao's nagging, he heard a knock on the door. Li Zijuan said respectfully, Master, the competition is over. Dongfang Yao replied in a dignified manner before instructing Yi Jioge, take your pills and leave. With that, he got up and left the room. Yi Jioge silently returned to the competition venue. There were a total of 52 participants in the alchemy competition, but only 6 level 2 alchemists succeeded in refining the heart-nourishing pill. The pills refined by the others were all useless. At this moment, the heart-nourishing pills refined by Yi Jioge and the others were lined up in front of the judge. Yi Jioge's heart-nourishing pill is the best, Dongfang Yao said directly. Her heart-nourishing pill is not bad, but I feel that Gong Hongyu and Yi Shanshan's pills are better, and their methods are more standard. Elder Xiao and Elder Qin had different opinions. Then Yi Jioge is the best, Gong Hongyu and Yi Shanshan are the best, and the other 3 are good, Dongfang Yao said decisively. Elder Chen and Elder Xiao nodded silently. After all, this was only the first round of the competition. There were still 2 more rounds to go. The Crown Prince disagreed, Uncle, the medicine testing segment hasn't started yet. It's too early to judge now. The medicine testing segment of the Thunder Nation's alchemy competition was to gather people who were willing to test the medicine. When the competition started, they would choose the most suitable patients based on the effects of the medicine. A medicine that could cure an illness was a good medicine, and a medicine that could kill a person was a bad one. In the previous alchemy competition, there were many examples of people being cured by the medicine, but no one had died from eating it. After all, the medicine that could advance to the next stage was of a good grade. Let the patients come in. Dongfang Yao instructed Li Zijuan. Yes. Li Zijuan nodded respectfully and ordered the apprentices to bring the patients in. Not long later, 6 people with pale faces and cyanosis on their lips walked in. It was obvious that they were patients with serious heart problems. The person in charge of testing the medicine for Yi Jioge was a handsome young man with dark skin and deep facial features. Although he was wearing the most commonly seen narrow sleeves of the Thunder Nation, Yi Jioge was certain that he wasn't from the Thunder Nation. When the other patients saw the medicine, they all revealed expressions of surprise, nervousness, excitement, fear, and worry. Only this young man's eyes were lowered, and he was strangely calm. Let's start testing the medicine. Li Zijuan instructed the apprentices to help the patients take the heart-nourishing pill. Gong Hongyu's patient was a slender young lady with a beautiful appearance. She clutched her chest and looked like a sickly beauty. After taking the heart-nourishing pill, her pale face gradually became rosy, and her slightly bent body straightened up. She seemed to be in high spirits, and her face was glowing as if she had taken the divine medicine. Heavens, my illness is completely cured. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. The lady immediately knelt on the ground and began to sob. From what I see, Gong Hongyu's medicine is the most outstanding. The Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction. Yi Jioge's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Although the heart-nourishing pill would have an obvious effect on the patient, this young lady's performance was a little too exaggerated. Either her illness wasn't as serious as it seemed, or she was a healthy person. With the Crown Prince's personality, it was possible that he would do such a thing in order to help Gong Hongyu win. Yi Shanshan didn't know how Yi Shanshan felt when she saw the Crown Prince helping Gong Hongyu. Yi Shanshan's patient was a skinny young man of 17 years old. His thin lips were deep purple, and he seemed to be having difficulty breathing. After taking the heart-nourishing pill, his breathing immediately became smoother. The purple on his lips faded and was replaced by a faint pink. He seemed to be much more energetic. He solemnly kowtowed 3 times to Yi Shanshan, thanking her for saving his life. The other patient's conditions also improved after taking the heart-nourishing pill. However, compared to Gong Hongyu's medicine, they were far inferior. Finally, only the young patient, Yi Jioge, was left. Eat it. The apprentice who helped the young man get the medicine was the one who gave the medicine to Yi Jioge. The young man fixed his eyes on the pill. His slightly dark handsome face revealed a determined expression. He took it and swallowed it. Because Yi Jioge's medicine was rated the best, everyone wanted to see the effect of her medicine. After taking the heart-nourishing pill, the young man's pale face gradually became rosy. His purple lips also returned to normal. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Gong Hongyu's, the effect was not bad. At this point, the medicine testing segment was over. The Crown Prince was just about to suggest changing Gong Hongyu's medicine to the best when there was a sudden commotion among the people testing the medicine. The young man who took Yi Jioge's medicine staggered and rushed out. His expression was ferocious and painful. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 155. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Yi Jioge immediately rushed forward to check the young man's pulse and discovered that his heart meridians were all broken. It was a miracle that he didn't die. She took out the thunder fire needle and sealed his broken heart meridians. She then raised her head and shouted at Li Zijuan, "Prepare a quiet room for me. I want to treat him." Oh! Li Zijuan was about to instruct the apprentices to prepare a room when he was stopped by Gong Hongyu. She pointed at Yi Jioge and shouted, "Yi Jioge, you actually refined a poisonous pill to harm people. You're simply heartless and heartless." After saying that, she turned to look at the judges and said, "I strongly request that the alchemy competition disqualify her." "I agree." The Crown Prince immediately nodded. "Agree, your grandpa." Yi Jioge raised his head and said angrily, "Saving people is more important. Is this the time to talk about this? He was poisoned to death by you and you still have the face to talk about saving people." Gong Hongyu coldly snorted and said to Dong Fangyao, "Grandmaster, Yi Jioge is vicious and merciless. You must not tolerate her." Dong Fangyao picked up Yi Jioge's remaining heart-nourishing pill and sniffed it. He frowned and said, "There's no problem with these pills. Grandmaster, Yi Jioge's tester died in front of you. How can you say that there's no problem?" Gong Hongyu agitatedly said. "Gong Hongyu, you keep saying that there's a problem with my pills. Did you do something?" Yi Jioge saw that he couldn't save people if he didn't clear the pill. He simply stood up and pointed at the tall and thin apprentice and said, "He put the heart-devouring flower in my ingredients. You must have instructed him." "What heart-devouring flower? I never sent it." The tall and thin apprentice hurriedly shook his head in denial. "If you didn't send these heart-devouring flowers, then did I bring them in myself?" Yi Jioge took out a heart-devouring flower from his pocket and sneered. Li Zijuan took the ingredients from Yi Jioge's hands and carefully looked at them before handing them to Dong Fangyao. "It seems to be heart-devouring flower. Dongfang Yao glanced at it and knew it was heart-devouring flower. Because this flower was too similar to the heart-nourishing flower, he specially told the apprentices to choose carefully. He didn't expect that someone would deliberately put a large amount in. Dongfang Yao knew very well who was behind this. He had wanted to warn the crown prince after this round of competition was over, but he couldn't help it now. The crown prince didn't know that his uncle was already dissatisfied with him. He said with justice, "I don't know anything about the heart-devouring flower. I only know that your medicine tester died after eating your pill. This is your responsibility. Unfortunately, my medicinal tester is still alive. I fear I will have to disappoint your highness," Yi Jioga said coldly. Although the medicine tester was no different from being dead, she had to save him because of the crown prince's words. Dongfang Yao calmly stepped forward to take the pulse of the youth. He then took out a bottle of third-stage heart-nourishing pills and said to Yi Jioga, "Let him take this." Yi Jioga took it without hesitation and poured it all into the young man's mouth. The young man's deathly pale face finally regained some color. "Imperial uncle, he is just a tester. You actually gave him such a good pill. Isn't it too wasteful?" The crown prince was furious. A third-stage heart-nourishing pill was something that couldn't be bought with money. To actually give it to a dying alchemist, the imperial uncle was really muddle-headed. Because the young man's condition was the most serious, his heart meridian was already extremely weak. He could die at any moment, so the imperial uncle specially gave it to Yi Jioga. He didn't think that the imperial uncle would help Yi Jioga like this. "Shut up." Dongfang Yao raised his head and fiercely said to the crown prince, "Before you came, everything was normal. Now that you've interfered, there are problems everywhere. I can't tolerate a big Buddha like you here. You should go back to Shangjing." "Imperial uncle, what do you mean?" The crown prince was so shocked that his voice trembled. "That's right, great master Dongfang. It was clearly Yi Jioga who made the wrong pill and caused the death. How can you blame the crown prince?" Gong Hongyu was also dissatisfied. She wanted to help the crown prince, but she didn't think that Dongfang Yao was preparing to deal with her. "Gong Hongyu, you are disqualified." Dongfang Yao's eyes were very cold. "Why?" Gong Hongyu screamed. "Because you cheated." Dongfang Yao wasn't blind. He could naturally see that Gong Hongyu's tester was not a patient. If it was any other time, he would turn a blind eye. After all, Gong Hongyu's pills were quite good. But since she was so arrogant, she couldn't blame him for not giving face to the Gong family. Gong Hongyu was so angry that she trembled, but she didn't dare to contradict the angry Dongfang Yao. She fiercely glared at Yi Jioga, then ran out in tears. Elder Chen and Elder Shao looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. The other alchemists also maintained their silence. "The test is over. Let the evaluation begin," Dongfang Yao once again ordered. Although Yi Jioga's tester did not die, her evaluation still became the lowest. The other 3 second-stage alchemists were still good, so the best result was Yi Shanshan. Yi Jioga didn't care about this result. He only asked Li Zijuan to help send the tester to his Flying Frost Pavilion. Li Zijuan did as Dongfang Yao said. In the Rising Heaven Pavilion, the Crown Prince's face was as ugly as a dark cloud. Once he returned to his courtyard, he immediately called Su Junqing over and scolded him. "Didn't you say that if we followed your plan, we would definitely be able to pull Yi Jioga down? How come she not only won the competition, but also caused me to be despised by Imperial Uncle?" When he thought that his Imperial Uncle would tell this matter to his Imperial Father, his entire body froze from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. "Your Highness, please calm down. I didn't expect things to turn out this way." Su Junqing had set up layers of traps to push Yi Jiuge and Wan Xiang into the land of 10,000 calamity. He didn't expect that Yi Jiuge not only didn't fall for his trap, but also hit the crown prince. I don't care what method you use, I will kill Yi Jiuge. The crown prince said angrily. Don't worry, crown prince. Even if Yi Jiuge wins the pill refining competition, she won't be able to escape from our palms. Su Junqing said confidently. You say that every time, but when can you do it well? I really don't know why Imperial Mother sent you here. You're simply trash. The crown prince roared at Su Junqing. A sinister light flashed in Su Junqing's eyes, but he quickly returned to his original state. He smiled and looked at the crown prince's eyes. He said gently, there must be a reason why the Empress sent me to assist your highness. You can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe the Empress. The crown prince looked at Su Junqing's bottomless eyes and suddenly felt that Su Junqing was right. Everyone could be wrong, but not his imperial mother. Then I'll believe you once more. The crown prince said unwillingly. Yes, your highness, please do as I say. Su Junqing said his next step of the plan. The crown prince was shocked after hearing it. Chapter 156. Are you crazy? That's someone from the Gong family. The crown prince looked at Su Junqing in disbelief. Your highness, this subordinate knows that you want to rope in the Gong clan, but Gong Hongyu is definitely not a good choice, because the person she likes is Dongfang Quebec. No matter how well you treat her, it's useless. Su Junqing said slowly. The crown prince immediately thought of how Gong Hongyu had complained about him being useless after being disqualified by Dongfang Yao. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but clench his fists and said fiercely, You're right, a stupid woman isn't worth roping in. It's better to use her for something more useful. Your highness is wise. Su Junqing's lips curled up and he left. When he returned to his room and opened the door, he smelled a faint fishy smell. Junior brother, I heard that you were scolded badly today. Lu Yunfei's sweet voice sounded from Su Junqing's bed. Then, a fair and tender lotus root-like arm lifted the green bed curtain, revealing a delicate face and fair and smooth shoulders. Senior sister is indeed powerful, nothing can hide from your eyes. Su Junqing looked down, not daring to look at the bed. How is it? Do you want senior sister to help you vent your anger? Lu Yunfei got off the bed naked. The man's corpse lying behind her looked like a skeleton. Lu Yunfei had just sucked the essence and blood of a martial artist. Her skin was glowing and a faint fragrance floated to the tip of Su Junqing's nose. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but the crown prince is still useful. Let him go first. Su Junqing looked at his nose and silently closed his nose aperture. If you come and help me put on my clothes, I'll consider letting him go. Lu Yunfei laughed, the white swaying on her chest reflecting a dazzling light. Yes. Su Junqing calmed down again and picked up the pink doudou on the ground to help Lu Yunfei put it on. The whole process was very calm. I couldn't tell that little junior brother is a good person. Lu Yunfei put on her clothes and pinched Su Junqing's chest. Tell me, why did you call me here? Senior sister, the crown prince has already agreed to the next step of our plan. Tonight is the highlight of the show, so I hope that senior sister can personally cooperate with us to prevent things from changing. Su Junqing specially brought a man with a high cultivation as a sacrifice and called Lu Yunfei back, hoping that she would personally deal with Yi Jiuge. Don't worry, since I've taken your benefits, I'll naturally do my best to help you. Lu Yunfei frivolously patted Su Junqing's face and smiled very charmingly. For the past few days, she had been playing with the shadow assassin, Yi Yu. Originally, he wanted to push him down tonight and reap the fruits of victory. However, the sacrificial offering just now was still to her liking. She was very full now, so she decided to pick the night feather later. "Thank you, senior sister." Su Junqing had a grateful expression, but in his heart, he was very dissatisfied. This wasn't his mission alone, but Lu Yunfei looked like she was here to help. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he did not dare to make a sound. If he failed this mission, Lu Yunfei would at most be confined and punished by the elder ancestor, but he would not be able to escape death. "Alright, I'll go meet that prey now." Lu Yunfei stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips, muttering to herself, "Although that woman's temper is a bit bad, her skin is not bad." With that, her figure disappeared like a ghost. Su Junqing silently destroyed the dried corpse on the bed and tidied up the messy room. Then, he opened the window and looked towards the west direction of the Flying Frost sect, laughing coldly in his heart. "Yi Jioga, tonight will be the day of your death." At this moment, Yi Jioga was in the backyard of the Flying Frost sect treating the youth who was testing the medicine. Although the youth had already taken the bottle of rank 3 heart-nourishing pills from Dong Fangyao, his condition was still very bad. His broken heart meridian was in a mess, his blood was flowing in the opposite direction, and he was in danger of dying at any moment. If she wanted to save him, she had to use external force to smooth out his heart meridian, allowing his blood to circulate normally. If Yi Jioga did not advance, she was afraid that she would be helpless. She pinched her fingers and inserted the thunder fire needle into the youth's body, and began to use all her strength to repair his heart meridian. Ever since Yi Jioga's cultivation advanced, not only did the spiritual power in her body double, her control over the lightning fire needle also became more sensitive. Under her control, the purplish-red lightning fire needle turned into a stream of light, repairing the youth's heart meridian one by one. Time flew. When she finished repairing the last one, her entire body was about to collapse. But fortunately, the heart meridian was repaired perfectly. After the youth's blood returned to the right path, his breathing became incomparably stable, and his tightly knitted brows also relaxed. Yi Jioga estimated that he would probably need another 4 hours before he would wake up, so she left the room. Yi Rui was anxiously waiting outside. Upon seeing her, she immediately asked, "Big sister, just what happened? Who is that man?" After she lost the first round of the competition, she was cleared out, so she did not know what happened afterwards. Just now, when she saw Yi Jioga bringing a dying man back, she was really scared to death. "He is my medicine tester today." Yi Jioga told her what happened in the competition. After Yi Rui heard that Gong Hongyu was disqualified and the crown prince was chased back to the capital, she immediately jumped up in joy and shouted, "This good news must be properly celebrated. Let's celebrate then." Yi Jioga saw that the crown prince and Gong Hongyu were out of luck, so she was also very happy. "Qing Hu, Qing Lu, Yu Dai, Hua Dai, take some money to the small kitchen and have them make a few more dishes. Tonight, we will have a big meal." Yi Rui excitedly said. "Yes." Qing Hu, Qing Lu, and Yu Dai all responded. "Where is Hua Dai?" Yi Jioga glanced around and found that a little maid was missing. Hua Dai heard that there is a pastry shop in Alchemy City that makes very authentic hawthorn cakes, so she wanted to buy them for Big Miss to try. Looking at the time, they should be back soon. Yu Dai quickly said. Yi Jioga couldn't help but frown and said, "These days are not peaceful, don't go out too much in the future." This time, the crown prince suffered such a big loss, so he was afraid that he would not be satisfied and randomly bite people. "Yes, this servant understands." Yu Dai and the others quickly nodded. Qing Hu took the money to the small kitchen and came back to report, "Big Miss, official Wan has come to visit and is waiting in the front hall." Although Wan Xiang and Yi Jioga were very familiar, there was a difference between men and women, so visiting etiquette was still necessary. Tell him to wait for a moment. I will go down after I change my clothes. Yijioga's body was filled with the smell of medicine. Yes. Qinghu bowed and went down. Yijioga changed his clothes and came to the front hall to see Wan Xiang sitting on a chair with a frown. Big brother Wan, is there something troubling you? Yijioga curiously asked. This time, I came to tell you something. Wan Xiang brought bad news to Yijioga. Chapter 157. When Bai Songling was escorting Yijioga, she noticed that many spiritualists who came to participate in the alchemy competition had gone missing. There were more than a dozen of them, and Bai Songling suspected that they were captured by the Bloodlust sect. The Bloodlust sect dares to attack spiritualists so brazenly. How audacious! Yijioga frowned. In the past, the Bloodlust sect only dared to capture ordinary people to train. Even if they wanted to deal with spiritualists, they had to do it in secret. Now, they had captured more than a dozen spiritualists. That was insane. Songling has already reported this to the Spiritualist Alliance. They're going to send someone to investigate. Wan Xiang was also shocked by the evil cultivator's generosity. A dozen spiritualists was not a small number. They had to report it to the Spiritualist Alliance. Otherwise, the Spiritualist Alliance might even blame them for hiding the truth. Do you know who they'll send? Yijioga was worried that the Spiritualist Alliance would send an arrogant idiot who would drag them down. I'm not sure. Wan Xiang shook his head. His network wasn't strong enough to infiltrate the Spiritualist Alliance. But don't worry, the Thunder Nation is still our territory. The Spiritualist Alliance is mainly here to investigate. We just need to stabilize ourselves. Wan Xiang had been in the Alliance before and knew how slow they were. However, as long as the Spiritualist Alliance decided that the Bloodlust sect was a scourge, they would issue a kill order and all spiritualists would hunt them down. This was the most important thing. Emichim, Yijioga was confident in Wan Xiang's judgment. This is still a secret. Don't tell anyone else in case they panic. Wan Xiang warned. Don't worry, I know the severity. Oh right, where's Yiyu? Why hasn't he come to find me? Yijioga hadn't seen Yiyu in 3 days. It was strange. Yiyu found Lu Yunfei outside the city and is looking for her. Wan Xiang said. Tell him to be careful. Yijioga told Wan Xiang about the evil cultivator's aura last night. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the Crown Prince. Wan Xiang didn't dare to relax. There's no need to keep an eye on him. The Crown Prince is preparing to scram back to Shangjing. Yijioga told him about the competition again. Wan Xiang was shocked, but he quickly smiled. I believe that once this news spreads, it will be very difficult to keep the position of the Crown Prince. No one knew better than him how much importance the Emperor placed on this alchemy competition. Not only did the Crown Prince not do his job properly, but he also abused his power to disrupt the competition and made a mess. If the Emperor knew about this, he would definitely be furious. Originally, after the news of Dongfang K's recovery had spread, the ministers had always wanted to change the position of the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince had handed himself over, it was really frighteningly stupid. Logically speaking, the Crown Prince shouldn't be so stupid. Based on Yijioga's understanding of the Crown Prince, no matter how much he hated him, he wouldn't joke about the competition. The Crown Prince's recent actions are indeed somewhat abnormal, Wan Xiang thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, could he have also fallen for Su Juanqing's bewitching spell? It's possible, then it's really a dog biting dog, a mouthful of fur, Yijioga said with schadenfreude. Su Junqing never does useless things, you must not let your guard down. Look after the people around you, in case they are used by him. Although Wan Xiang had never met Su Junqing face to face, he knew that his bewitching spell was very powerful. When Yi Jiuge heard this, his heart jumped, and he hurriedly called Yu Dai in. Is Hua Dai back yet? Not yet. Yu Dai also had an anxious expression. Hua Dai had left early in the morning, no matter how slow she was, she should have returned by now. Big brother Wan, I have a personal servant girl who went out this morning and hasn't returned yet. Can I trouble you to help me look for her? Yi Jiuge had a very bad feeling. Okay, I'll send someone to look for her now. Wan Xiang immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the pastry shop where Hua Dai had bought hawthorn cakes from. Unfortunately, Wan Xiang's subordinates had led the soldiers to the street where the pastry shop was located, but no one had seen Hua Dai. It was very obvious that this little servant girl had gone missing. When Yu Dai heard this news, she immediately burst into tears. She kept muttering that it would have been better if she had stopped Hua Dai from going out. Qing Hu and Qing Lu were also very anxious. Yi Rui's mood was even worse. Her hands were clenched so tightly that they were about to become two fried dough twists. Hua Dai's disappearance made her recall the days in the Black Cellar. The girls who were tortured and killed by the heretic cultivator were all of the same age as Hua Dai. Yi Jiuge was the calmest out of all of them. As she comforted Yi Rui's emotions, she ordered Wan Xiang to continue his search. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. I don't believe that she would disappear in Alchemy City all by herself, Yi Jiuge said fiercely. Don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this, Wan Xiang nodded. In the dead of night, the alchemy tower was completely silent. A cold breeze blew past, scattering frost on the floor. Yi Jiuge was not in the mood to cultivate. She laid on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The news of Hua Dai's disappearance was like a stone pressing on her chest. She had always been searching for the heretic cultivator, but in the end, the heretic cultivator took away her personal servant. To her, this was simply a provocation. At this moment, a strange aura floated in from the window. Yi Jiuge opened her eyes and silently sat up. She opened her spiritual eye to look outside the window. She saw a faint purple light coming in from the window. It was a purple scorpion the size of a fist. It was swaggering around the room. Yi Jiuge lifted the curtains to take a closer look. She discovered that there was a small golden earring tied to the scorpion's body. It even had the word flower written on it. She immediately knew that this purple scorpion was related to Hua Dai's disappearance. The purple scorpion felt Yi Jiuge's gaze. It suddenly raised its tail and shot a faint purple poison needle towards Yi Jiuge. Yi Jiuge raised her hand to deflect the poison needle. A purple light shrouded the purple scorpion. The purple scorpion saw that the situation was not good. It immediately turned and ran. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Yi Jiuge did not have time to think and subconsciously chased after it. After the purple scorpion left the alchemy tower, it made a few turns before arriving at a rocky hill in the outskirts. Then, its figure flashed and it entered the tallest pile of rocks. Yi Jiuge stopped in her tracks. She activated her spiritual energy and shot a purple lightning at the pile of rocks. With a boom, the pile of rocks flew in all directions. It revealed a black hole in the ground. The night wind blew past. A thick smell of blood floated in from the hole. Yi Jiuge's heart immediately jumped to her throat. She walked step by step to the hole. The white bone flame appeared from her fingers and lit up the hole. She looked carefully. Her eyes instantly widened and she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 158. A skinned female corpse was tossed in the gloomy underground cave. The bloody red flesh was extremely shocking. His cracked eye sockets and dilated pupils were filled with deep resentment, making one shudder in fear. Yijioga felt a chill. She endured the nausea and looked at the female corpse's skull. There was a hole at the fontanelle. It was a sign that the spiritual root had been dug out. She was not a flower butterfly with spiritual roots. However, this female corpse was too miserable. Yijioga could not recognize who it was. She used her white bone flame to light up the cave. She found that there were more than 10 corpses behind the skinned female corpse. Although they were wearing different clothes, they were all sucked dry of blood. They should be the pill refiners that went missing. Yijioga's heart was beating fast. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That purple scorpion was undoubtedly the spiritual pet of the heretic cultivator. What did it want to do by leading her to this cave? Yijioga carefully looked at the cave, trying to find the location of the purple scorpion. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a spiritual arrow piercing through the air came from behind her. She immediately turned and formed a seal. The spiritual energy in her body surged, forming a purple barrier, blocking the green spiritual arrow. The green spiritual arrow turned into spiritual energy and disappeared in the air. In the next second, a light green figure landed in front of her. The person was handsome, slender, and had a green 7-leaf clover on his chest, representing his identity in Alchemy City. It was Dongfang Yao's head disciple, Li Zijuan. Li Zijuan, why did you sneak attack me? Yijioga asked unkindly. I thought you were a heretic cultivator. Li Zijuan's gaze fell on the cave behind Yijioga. His expression changed. He said in disbelief, you killed these people. Of course not. Yijioga immediately denied. She was about to explain, but there was a commotion from afar. A group of soldiers holding torches quickly approached them. The one in front was wearing a golden embroidered 5-clawed dragon. It was the crown prince, Dongfang Jianming. Beside him was Yi Shanshan, but there was no trace of Su Junqing. When the crown prince reached the pile of rocks, he immediately ordered the soldiers to surround Yijioga. It was as if he was going to capture a large beast. Crown prince, what is the meaning of this? When Yijioga saw the crown prince's formation, he realized that this was a trap set up by him. Otherwise, it would not have been so coincidental. Yijioga, I want to ask you what you mean. The crown prince looked at the hole behind Yijioga. The blazing torch illuminated the entire pile of rubble, and the situation at the entrance of the underground cave was also clear at a glance. Ah! When Yi Shanshan saw the female corpse in the hole, she immediately covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Third Miss Gong. The crown prince cried out before viciously looking at Yijioga and saying, you deranged woman, you actually dared to act so viciously against Third Miss Gong. How do you know that this female corpse is Third Miss Gong? Yijioga raised his eyebrows. I found a letter in Third Miss Gong's room. The letter said that you used the law to restore her qualification and let her come to the pile of rocks alone. I didn't expect you to lead her to death. The crown prince was so distressed that he couldn't even continue to speak. I didn't send a letter to Third Miss Gong. It was because my personal maid, Hua Dai, was kidnapped. A purple scorpion with her earring led me here, which was why I found these corpses. Yijioga explained. Yijioga, you still dare to quibble at this point. Your maid, Hua Dai, wasn't kidnapped. She escaped on her own and came to us for help. She had long since discovered your true identity as an evil cultivator, but she didn't dare to expose it. Only when she heard that you were going to make a move against Third Miss Gong did she run out. I didn't think that we would still be one step too late. The crown prince had a regretful expression. Woo, big sister Hongyu, you died so miserably. Yi Shanshan covered her mouth and sobbed. Those who didn't know better would think that she had lost her mother. What did you say? Hua Dai is with you. This news was completely out of Yi Jioga's expectations. Young Lady Yi, your personal maid accused you of being an evil cultivator who specialized in sucking human blood to cultivate. Not only did you kidnap contestants from Alchemy City, but you also tried to kill third Miss Gong. Do you have any explanation for this? Li Zijuan asked. Zijuan, the evidence and witnesses are here. What is there to explain? Hurry up and capture this murderous evil cultivator. The Crown Prince was flustered and exasperated. Although this isn't the first or second time your highness has falsely accused me, this time you're even using me as a scapegoat for evil cultivators. I don't know what benefits you've received from them. Yi Jioge narrowed his eyes and spoke with a voice as cold as ice. You said that my personal maid, Hua Dai, accused me of being an evil cultivator. Call her out and confront her. The Crown Prince turned around and commanded, Yi Jioge, you really won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Someone, bring Hua Dai out. Soon after, 2 soldiers brought a petite girl from the back of the group. She had large eyes and a small round face. It was Hua Dai's appearance. Hua Dai's eyelids drooped and didn't dare to look at Yi Jioge. Hua Dai, don't be afraid. Tell everyone what you said today. The Crown Prince spoke with confidence. Young lady, she's not human. She's a blood-sucking evil cultivator. She killed many people in order to cultivate. She even said that third Miss Gong always went against her and that she had to peel off her skin and dig out her spirit root to appease her hatred. Hua Dai's voice and body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Jioge stared at Hua Dai and spoke word by word. Since you have the guts to falsely accuse me, why don't you have the guts to look at me? Young lady, please don't kill me. Hua Dai knelt down with her head touching the floor in fear. If you're really Hua Dai, then I won't kill you. Yi Jioge's eyes turned cold. She didn't believe that the chattering maid would betray her. Unless she was under Su Juanqing's bewitching spell. Or perhaps this wasn't Hua Dai at all, but a fake. Hua Dai, don't be afraid. With me here, Yi Jioge can't touch you. The Crown Prince stepped forward and blocked Hua Dai. He pointed at Yi Jioge and shouted, Yi Jioge, you bloody and cruel evil cultivator. You killed so many people for the sake of cultivating evil techniques. Hurry up and surrender. Your Highness, if I'm really an evil cultivator, can't Master Dongfang tell? Yi Jioge looked at Li Zijuan and said, evil cultivators all have evil energy and can't hide it from people with higher cultivation. Master Dongfang is a spirit master. Do you think I can hide it from him? This. Li Zijuan obviously didn't dare to say that his master was wrong. However, the Crown Prince had Gong Hongyu's will and Yi Jioge's maid as a witness. Yi Jioge was indeed suspicious. At this moment, Yi Shanshan suddenly stood up and said firmly, Seniorly, although I can't prove that Big Sister is the murderer, I can prove that she is indeed cultivating evil techniques. Chapter 159. Li Zijuan probably didn't expect Yi Shanshan to testify against her sister. He was stunned for a moment before asking, what evidence does second Miss Yi have? Senior brother Li, everyone in Shangjing knows that my big sister was seriously ill in the past. Her meridians were all broken and she couldn't cultivate. She was ugly and dull. But some time ago, she suddenly said that she had a fortuitous encounter in the abyss. Not only did her meridians recover, but her cultivation also skyrocketed. In just 3 months, she became a level 2 spirit pill master. Even her appearance became extremely beautiful. Other than cultivating evil arts, I can't think of any other fortuitous encounter that could make her change so much. Yi Shanshan said word by word. It could be seen that she had prepared these words in her mind before saying them. It had to be said that her words were very convincing. Even Li Zijuan felt that it was very plausible. He couldn't help but frown. His gaze fell on Yi Jioge's face. 3 years ago, because he admired Master Yun, he had met Yi Jioge in private. At that time, Yi Jioge was indeed ugly. She was timid and couldn't even speak clearly. But the Yi Jioge in front of him was so beautiful, like a snow lotus blooming in the dark night. Even if she was surrounded and attacked, her limpid eyes were still so firm, revealing a proud and peerless sharpness. She was indeed a different person from before. Second sister's words are indeed reasonable. But if I really was an evil cultivator, the first person I would kill would be you. Although your blood must be unbearably stinky, it's not bad to feed it to the dogs. Yi Jioge's beautiful eyes were as clear as water, but the light that flashed through them was extremely cold, like an abyss that made people's hearts tremble. Yi Shanshan was creeped out by Yi Jioge's gaze and immediately hid behind the crown prince. Yi Jioge, you still don't know how to repent. How dare you threaten Shanshan in front of me? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? The crown prince immediately stood up. I'm innocent. Why should I repent? The one who wants to cover the sky with one hand is you. Yi Jioge sneered. You. The crown prince was so angry that his face turned red, but he knew that he was no match for Yi Jioge in a verbal battle, so he turned to Li Zijuan and said, Zijuan, both the witness and the material evidence are here. Yi Jioge is the murderer. We must immediately put her in prison, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the Gong family. Previously, the crown prince was disliked by Dong Fongyao, so he wanted to curry favor with Li Zijuan. Otherwise, he would have already ordered for Yi Jioge to be captured. When Li Zijuan thought of the Gong family, he couldn't help but have a headache. Although Gong Hongyu was only the daughter of a branch family, she was still a member of the Gong family. She came to participate in the Thunder Country's alchemy competition, but in the end, she died a tragic death in Alchemy City. No matter what, Alchemy City couldn't be separated from this matter. They had to give them an explanation. Li Zijuan sighed and said to Yi Jioge, Miss Yi, now that we have the witness and the material evidence, you are the biggest suspect. Please cooperate with the investigation. If you are really innocent, we will definitely give you an explanation. Yi Jioge's thoughts raced. She knew that it was impossible for her to escape from this situation. Since Li Zijuan's attitude was quite good, she might as well give him some face and go with him. She glanced at the shivering Hua Dai hiding behind the soldiers before speaking to Li Zijuan. I can go with you, but Hua Dai cannot be left with the crown prince. Hand her over to Wan Xiang. No. The crown prince immediately objected. Who doesn't know that Wan Xiang has an affair with you? How can Hua Dai be left alive in his hands? Yi Jioge narrowed her eyes at the crown prince before slowly speaking to Li Zijuan. The events of the alchemy competition are still fresh in our minds. You should be well aware of the crown prince's character. I don't trust someone like him to investigate the heretical cultivators. Who knows if he has an affair with them or not? Bullshit. How could I have anything to do with heretical cultivators? Don't slander me. The crown prince almost jumped out of his seat. Li Zijuan recalled the crown prince's manipulation of the alchemy competition and felt that he was an unreliable person, so he said, This matter happened in Alchemy City, so I have the responsibility to thoroughly investigate this matter. I will personally send someone to watch over Hua Dai. Zijuan. The crown prince shouted, but after seeing Li Zijuan's determined expression, he could only shut his mouth. Then you have to keep an eye on Hua Dai. Otherwise, after she is killed, they will blame it on me. Yi Jioge glanced at the crown prince with a clear hint of meaning. Of course. Li Zijuan nodded. He had his people watch over Hua Dai before speaking to Yi Jioge. Let's go. What about the corpses? Yi Jioge didn't move. I will send someone to deal with them later. Li Zijuan's expression was calm. It was clear that he wasn't going to do this himself. Yi Jioge frowned. These corpses were killed by a heretical cultivator, so there must be many clues left on them. It would be inappropriate to deal with them rashly. I suggest that you find a professional coroner or spirit doctor to take a look. You're right. Li Zijuan had a whole new level of respect for Yi Jioge. A normal person would be confused in her situation, but her thoughts were clear. She didn't seem like a murderer at all. Humph, hypocrite. The crown prince laughed disdainfully and said to Li Zijuan, Zijuan, don't be bewitched by this witch. Heretical cultivators are best at bewitching people. She said all this to deceive you. In my opinion, we should quickly take care of third Miss Gong's corpse, so that the Gong family won't be disappointed. Yes, the dead are already dead. We should not mess with their corpses anymore. Yi Shanshan said sorrowfully. Li Zijuan suddenly hesitated. At this moment, another group of people came from the darkness. It was Wan Xiang who had received the news and rushed over. When he saw Yi Jioge surrounded by the crown prince, he immediately asked unkindly, what is going on? Yi Jioge cultivates heretical arts. She killed people and drank their blood. The evidence is conclusive. We are going to take her to the prison for interrogation. The crown prince spoke first. That's impossible. Wan Xiang firmly denied. Anyone can be a heretical cultivator, but not Yi Jioge. How do you know it's impossible? Are you the real murderer? The crown prince's attitude was aggressive. Just as Wan Xiang was about to argue, he was interrupted by Yi Jioge. Big brother Wan, His Highness the Crown Prince is determined to falsely accuse me. No matter what you say to him, it's useless. It's better to quickly find evidence to prove my innocence. Gong Hongyu's will and Hua Dai's testimony were very unfavorable to her, not to mention Yi Shanshan's interference. In this situation, only by finding the real murderer could she prove her innocence. Wan Xiang immediately calmed down and his eyes quickly became clear. Seeing that he had calmed down, Yi Jioge said seriously, Brother Wan, there is something wrong with the corpse in the cave. Chapter 160. There's something strange about the corpse at the cave entrance. As Yi Jioge spoke, his gaze drifted toward the crown princess. There was a meaningful look on his face. She said this to trick the crown prince to see how he would react. As expected, the crown prince's eyes flickered. Previously, when Su Junqing told him that he wanted to use Gong Hongyu to deal with Yi Jioge, he did not know that this matter was related to the evil cultivator. To be honest, he was also scared when he saw so many corpses at the entrance of the cave. But now that he was riding a tiger, it was hard to get off. He could only brace himself to the end and kill Yi Jioge first. In any case, he wouldn't let Wan Xiang and the others off. It didn't matter even if they discovered something. The crown prince calmed himself down and said to Li Zijuan, Zijuan, leave the corpses to Lord Wan to deal with. We should hurry up and bring Yi Jioge back in case something goes wrong again. Li Zijuan couldn't help but look at Yi Jioge. Yi Jioge calmly said, I still have 2 things to tell Brother Wan. I'll leave after that. No. The crown prince strongly objected. All right. Li Zijuan nodded in agreement. Speak. Wan Xiang walked to Yi Jioge's side. The first thing. Yi Jioge told her the reason why he appeared at the pile of rocks tonight, and used the purple scorpion to vaguely mention the butterfly's abnormality. The second thing. She hoped that Wan Xiang could send someone to protect Yi Rui and Yu Dai. The Crown Prince and the heretic cultivators of the bloodthirsty sect had set up this trap to drag her into it. She was afraid that the people around her would be killed. I've already sent people to the Flying Frost Pavilion. The moment Wan Xiang found out that something had happened to Yi Jiuge, he immediately sent his elite troops to protect Yi Rui and the others. Thank you. Yi Jiuge heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Wan Xiang was reliable. Who would have thought that Wan Xiang would reveal a look of hesitation? Yi Jiuge's heart immediately jumped and he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "It's not a big deal. It's just that your medicine tester has disappeared. I've sent people to look for him, but they couldn't find any trace of him." Although Wan Xiang felt that the tester was not that important, he still had to mention it. "So be it," Yi Jiuge said disapprovingly. In any case, she had only saved the tester out of morality. I don't think it's gone, but you ate it." The Crown Prince said maliciously, "At that time, I was wondering why you would be so kind as to use the elixir to save someone. So it was to use him for cultivation. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please be careful with your words before finding out the truth. Otherwise, it would be bad if the Emperor heard about it." Wan Xiang looked at the Crown Prince with a sharp gaze. "Wan Xiang, are you threatening me?" The Crown Prince raged. "I'm just speaking the truth." Wan Xiang had never put the Crown Prince in his eyes before, and now he wouldn't be polite to him. "Wan Xiang, how dare you insult the imperial family? Do you really think that I don't dare to punish you?" The Crown Prince's face was red with anger. He was about to order the arrest of Wan Xiang, but was stopped by Li Zijuan. "Your Highness, please calm down. The most important thing now is to investigate the case of the evil cultivator." Li Zijuan's words were meant to smooth things over, but in the Crown Prince's ears, it was as if his face was nothing. Yi Jiuge coldly added, "Big Brother Wan, Senior Brother Li is right. The most important thing now is to investigate the evil cultivator. If a mad dog wants to bark, let it be." The Crown Prince's expression was frighteningly gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced into his flesh. When he sits on the throne, he will definitely make these damned fellows look good. Li Zijuan didn't notice the Crown Prince's abnormality. He helplessly said to Yi Jiuge, "Miss Yi, since you finished explaining, let's go." "Okay." Yi Jiuge cooperated and left with Li Zijuan. Wan Xiang stood in place and silently watched Yi Jiuge leave. He saw her slender figure surrounded by a group of soldiers. It was very eye-catching, revealing a feeling of desolation. Yi Jiuge was so strong, nothing would happen to her. Wan Xiang took a deep breath and quickly calmed his mind. He took his people to the entrance of the cave. He looked through the pile of rocks, but unfortunately, he didn't find the purple scorpion that Yi Jiuge mentioned. But this was also within his expectations, so he wasn't discouraged. He continued to look through the corpses in the cave. These spirit practitioners' corpses had all been dug out. But apart from Gong Hongyu, who had been skinned, the other corpses had all their cultivation blood sucked dry. Gong Hongyu's corpse was very fresh. The wall beside her had spots of bright red blood, as if it had been splashed not too long ago. These spots of blood were very orderly, and it seemed that the deceased didn't have any signs of struggle. Wan Xiang deduced that Gong Hongyu was very likely killed elsewhere before being brought here to be skinned. As for the corpses that had their cultivation blood sucked dry, the stiffness of their muscles was different, and the time of death was also different. Wan Xiang carefully searched for a long time. Finally, he found a thin layer of red clay on the soles of these corpses. Gong Hongyu's soles also had it, which meant that they had been to the same place. As long as he found the source of this red clay, he would be able to find the place where they died. In order to confirm his guess, Wan Xiang decided to go out of the city and investigate. But before he left the city, he wrote all the information he found on a letter and gave it to Li Zijuan, asking him to pass it to Yi Jiuge. At this time, Yi Jiuge was locked up in the Jiudan Pavilion at the very end of Alchemy City. Although the Crown Prince strongly requested that Yi Jiuge be locked up in the prison, Li Zijuan, after consulting his master, placed Yi Jiuge under house arrest in his master's private territory. The Crown Prince was very angry about this and kept shouting that he would find Dong Fangyao to clarify things. Unfortunately, ever since Dong Fangyao drove the Crown Prince back to Shangjing in front of everyone, he had never seen him. Now, he used his old headache as an excuse to refuse to see anyone. The Crown Prince wanted to clear his name, but he didn't have the chance. He could only pester Li Zijuan every day, asking him to deal with Yi Jiuge impartially as soon as possible. Li Zijuan was about to vomit blood from the Crown Prince's pestering. Recently, a series of bad events had happened in Alchemy City. Even the competition had to be suspended. Logically speaking, his master should have come out to take charge. But the old man despised his eldest disciple for only focusing on alchemy and turning himself stupid. He used the excuse that he needed to train Li Zijuan and pushed everything to him. Li Zijuan simply used a chicken feather as an arrow and used his master's mouth to forbid anyone from visiting Yi Jiuge. Whether it was the Crown Prince, Yi Shanshan, Yi Rui, or Wan Xiang, they all refused. Wan Xiang had to spend quite a bit of effort before Li Zijuan agreed to help him pass the letter. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.